Very warm welcome back to a very warm Sepang, and here is the circuit as we see it. You can't see all the elevation changes here, but there are a few. But the basic thing is 5.5 kilometers, 15 turns, 10 right, 5 left. Deciding corner, of course, is turn 15, right in the infield there. But drama all over this circuit. Another key overtaking point at turn 9. And there we are looking down from the outside of turn 1 down to that famous turn 15. Riders here on their out lap. We had some drama this morning, not totally of the right kind. There's a heavy crash to the JDT Ducati of Rio Mizuno, who we believe is receiving medical treatment. Jamie, do you have any further update?
No update as of yet, but yeah, the last thing we heard was it's been brought to the hospital, so hopefully nothing major. Maybe we won't see him in this session, but if he's okay, we might see him for practice 3. Then if he does manage to come back and if it's okay, then it's a chunk of time gone for him.
Yeah, but in the unlikely event that you're listening, Rio, well, we were very excited about seeing you here, so get well soon. So on we go with the show, and this is the second session of the day for the ASB 1000. Now, of course, here at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And number 220 there on that beautifully turned out BMW. Savitar BMW is Declan Carberry, young Australian, coming into ARC for the first time, and slithering up behind him is championship leader on the SDG Hark Pro Honda, Kito Abe. That's Declan. One of his teammates is quite close to him there. I think it's Teo Joe. There is Declan. Very much exploratory session, the first time out this morning. First time for the young Aussie. 2:20.8. Picking himself 7 laps, so decent work rate. But the best time of the day was, the best time of the session was with Zakwan Zaidi, who really got to move on. That was in ideal cool conditions this morning. Now it's really hot outside, and so we haven't got track temperature reading, but what would you guess, Dan? It's got to be above 50 now.
Yeah, I think easily 54, 55, definitely mid-50s at least. It's not the hottest we felt the year at Sepang, but definitely around that temperature. Also, a quick update: we did just get an update from producers about Rio Mizuno's condition. He is clear from the hospital, no fractures, but it is unclear whether he will come back for practice 3 or the rest of the weekend.
Right, well, fingers crossed, and we hope that he is feeling well enough to come back, and if he isn't, then we hope he recovers fast. There is Kito Abe, number 39, SDG Hark Pro, riding with confidence and aggression. The situation in the championship is so finely poised in this one, with Kito on top with 128 points, 11 clear of Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz is 1 point clear, he's on 117, and 116 is Nakarina Tirapuva Patton on 114. Zakwan Zaidi, and on 102 in P5, so very much in the championship hunt still, with 4 races remaining, as Roy Hakim Anwar. And then just coming into the picture With 96 points, Sharma scored that glorious win. Mandalika in race 2 last month. So what's going to happen this weekend? Akarin has done his scoring, not that he took a double win in round 1 at Bury Round, his home track, since when he's been consistent and kept himself in contention. My guess would be that he really wants to win a race away from home. It's a big ask with the quality of the competition here. Let's see, there's so much quality in this field.
Akarin's issue this season that's been keeping him away from a race victory is just that mid to late race pace. He always starts off the race so well and jumps right into battle for the first position, and then just dips in form slightly.
Yeah, his fighting spirit is beyond doubt. Yeah, I think you're right, Daniel. There is something that causes him to slip back during the race. The obvious thing is tyres. I don't think it's fitness.
No, definitely not, yeah. Perhaps his time management, because he is such an aggressive rider. Could be just that his riding style eats up the tires way too quickly.
Yeah, there is Azroy, double victor. Last time at Sepang. The number 20, and here's the number 21, who's quickest in this morning's session. Zakwan Zaidi. Champion in this category, and of course in Supersport 600 as well. There goes Azroy, the number 20.
Azroy's on really good lap. He's improved in every section, and it's going to be higher 206 or maybe a really low 207 for him. Likewise for Zakwan, yeah, Azroy 206.8. Much better from Azroy, and Zakwan 206.7. So the two Idemitsu Honda boys are really putting the lap times in. Oh, Aslan, huge moment there for him at turn 10. That is a scary place to lose a rear, but Aslan was the fastest in sector 1 and sector 2. Did that moment in sector 3 take away a lot of time from him? He's currently a 10th fastest. He's on course for a 206.5 by the looks of it. Sector 3, he's still quicker. He's still going quicker on this lap. So Aslan, here he comes now.
Has confidence, keeping it pinned. But Kito Abe being bumped down in very short order from first to third. 2/10, 2600s covering top 4. So here comes Aslan.
206.323
Wow.
from Aslan Shah. That is brilliant.
And he lost time.
Indeed. So here's what happened to Aslan at turn 10. He just gets on the gas a little bit more, and that rear tire kicks out. He has to let off there. Had that not happened, you lose so much drive when something like that happens. So had that not happened, it could have easily been a 206.2 minimum. Brilliant from Aslan, and there's his teammate now, Apiwat, as well.
Yep. Waiting for the appearance of Apiwat, completely absent in this morning's session.
Yeah, he came out very shortly and then went right back in. Really a big issue for that A1 NAG BMW for Apiwat. Aslan Shah. This is brilliant.
Top quality work. Indeed for fellow Malaysian, Zakwan and Azroy. So we're only 10 minutes into this 40-minute session. Looking further down, we've got Apiwat's log 208. 2 fine laps. Lachlan Epis on a 207.6. Sixth, just behind, actually about 7/10 behind Akarin. One of our 6 championship contenders. On your screen now is the number 41 of Nakarin Terapuvapat. 12 is Duncan, number 24 is Apiwat, and down goes Nakarin Terapuvapat. Just lost the front. A little bit of commentator's curse there. Let's take a look. You see the front gonna tuck in, and down he goes.
So unfortunate for him. He's pushing a bit too hard there from that turn 15.
Yeah, he's got time to get it fixed and get back out. Not on a particularly hot lap either that time. Here comes another Honda. That is the Honda of Zakwan Zaidi, peeling off into the loop that is turn 1 here at Sepang International Circuit. Just going through at the bottom of your screen. Top is Sharin. And here on the Aprilia RSV4 is Maiku Watanuki. Number 18, another rider who was having a learning session earlier this morning. Last time we were here when Tatara Aprilia, Kito Haga was on board, doing a pretty good job. We do have a good range of manufacturers here. So Aprilia, Ducati, the Italian contingent, BMW, and then Yamaha, Honda.
10.4. Razroy with an issue there. This is at turn 9. Is that a crash, Razroy?
For himself,
Front of that console.
no damage to his leathers or his bike that I can see.
Could just be a very slow low side for him at turn 9. Let's see what happens. Tips the bike in. Yeah, there he lost it. Yeah, you can see the front just going away. Unfortunate for Razroy. Got the bike on by holding the clutch in. That's right. Another crash for him in the first day of a 3-day race weekend. First one wasn't really, couldn't really fault him for that one, but the second one just asking a bit much from the front tire at turn 9. Easy place to lose the front there.
Yep, back with Maiku Watanuki. Front, medium, rear. Do some tyre spotting now that the conditions are much hotter than they were this morning. This time in those ideal conditions was 205.9, so actually not as much difference as you might think. It's a lot hotter and slicker out there.
Michael just improved again, 2 minutes 10.3, so Michael Watanuki to get good improvements, and Cameron Donker as well, 209.3, Joe Francis 208.9. Last time Joe did a 208, he was on qualifying career, so very good step forward. All 3 riders there, 9, 10, and 11. Steve Farid, who missed the majority of the last session due to a crash at turn 5, comes out now to set a flying lap.
Yeah, those Yamahas are doing pretty well. Joe Francis.
really sure the quality of Joe Francis because, again, the last time the Victor R1 was out, they struggled to get anywhere near even 2-minute 10s, 2-minute 11s, but in the hands of Joe Francis, he's found 208. Oh, Cameron Donker there at 10:15. A lot of mistakes happening at 10:15 this weekend, not just in the ESB 1000 class.
Yeah, very true.
Some riders forgetting how tricky 10:15 can be here.
Yeah, he was deep in the gravel there. They're going to need straps to drag him out. Good to see this rider back on screen. Andy Farida's Deha for Honda. Good quality rider back from injury. 207.6 this morning.
His shine is that it's about to come across from his flying lap. 7.3 goes up in position. Lachlan Epp is down to 7th, and Lachlan Epp is 207.6 this time in this session. So good lap times coming in from Lachlan. So if you follow him on social media, he's been targeting a half a second improvement in each session. So he's targeting the 206. It's good to see Lachlan finally coming together for the season. That Mandalika run, I really think that's changed it for him.
Yeah. Yes, it has, and I'd love to see this rider back in the conversation.
We really thought, well, at least for me, I really thought he was going to be the title contender this season. He was already last season in his rookie year. So, just really unfortunate as Andy Farid. Come next season, I think you can really count on him to put on a good show.
Let's see what he can do this weekend. This is almost a home circuit for him. He races ASBK as well, MSBK as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, this season he came for a quick wildcard round. Previous years he's come for a full season, so he'll be very familiar with Sepang. He tends to have really good results here as well. The majority of the ASB 1000 grid are back in pit lane. Huff is still out there trying to churn in laps. This hasn't been the session that Huff has moved aside. His teammate, of course, for this round, missing from the session due to an unfortunate crash early on in practice 1. Good news is he's back out from the hospital.
Yeah.
I like the way Huff is riding this today. It's different. I mean, you see the way he was sliding it into turn 15. That's exactly how I wanted to see Huff is ride at Ducati. It's brilliant to watch, and I think once he stitches it together, he's gonna be a proper missile in the Ducati. But he already has been this entire season. It was just that unfortunate incident in Mandalika. One thing about Huff is he did say the recovery after the crash did take a while, and he's still not 100% from it.
I'd be surprised if he was. That was a terrific landing.
It's a big whack to the right side of his body. From his hip to his chest. There was nothing really was broken. So that's the important thing. Was relatively okay.
Last time around, improving lap for Andy Farid, and he's improving again. There's a 208.8. Nearly 2.5 seconds off that fantastic time set by Aslan Shah. Medium rear. Went out with hard front, soft rear this morning. Medium, I guess, reflecting the extra track temperature now.
Keita Abe's just come out of pit lane, so Keita Abe first to come out after the halfway break. On Back left is quite as well, so try to somewhere, but setting it even fast last time, so Andy Farid's improving. So just a 3 out on track currently. Besides Abishar is coming in right now. Someone has gone quiet.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just looking at that Panigale as it comes in. Look out through the window just to get the full effect. Beautifully turned out machine that is. I love how Fizz's helmet design as well.
It's very well. Fred came across and set his personal best 208.0, so that's money in the session. Here's Kito Abe. Now, don't be fooled, this is his outlet. He's already looking at full attack mode.
He does.
To check out that second time real quick just to double confirm that it was an outlet, because he was really attacking through turn 5 and 6.
The hard medium.
See if anyone's behind him. In front of him there's Apiwat. He's coming back in, so here comes Kito now to begin his... I think he was about to begin his flying lap, but... Oh, he's unhappy with... Yeah, it's strange. Apiwat's gone slow a few times. But I thought there was enough distance there that it wouldn't disturb Kito.
That's what I thought.
I guess Kito thought differently perhaps, but nevertheless they begin now their flying laps. Kito and Apiwat.
Let's see. Pole position last time went to Apiwat, even though the race results didn't go his way. He really was struggling to get to terms, but he was able to do quick laps.
Missed the first practice, came out for a second, then went right back in. As Kito Abe, he's already closed up behind Apiwat, so he's going to have to make a move, a slick move past Apiwat around turn 9. Look at how wild Kito's riding that bike. The front end never looks planted when it's on the hands of Kito. Already in sector 2, despite a slower sector 1, he's gone up a little bit, and Kito's going to try. I thought he was going to try and turn 9, but BMW horsepower keeping Kito behind him. No, I don't think this is going to be a fast lap for Kito there. You can see he had to throttle off, so it will be the next one coming up for Kito Abe.
So now he will be getting frustrated.
Indeed, yeah. Kito had a look at the inside there, 10, 13. Sorry, 12 and 13. It's going to disrupt his exit as well into out of turn 15. So the next lap itself as well might not be enough for Kito. A bit of 250cc slipstream coming in from Kito Abe now.
That's it, he really wants to get past and get a good lap next time around, but Apiwat's not having it.
Yeah.
Not willingly anyway. I think Kito's got him this time.
Yeah, there we go. You can see that the BMW horsepower, despite the slipstream, Kito Abe just couldn't get past, but Kito kept his line strong. And here we go now, we're going to get a fast lap from Kito, and Apiwat's going to benefit from this as well. He's going to get a little bit of a tow from the SDG rider. Not that he needs it, because he does have the lap record. You can see Apiwat's just not riding comfortably, I'd say, on that bike.
No, the body language just isn't that aggressive.
Not Apiwat like.
No.
There goes Kito now into turn 4. That's a new camera shot. I like that shot. Just shows how they go downhill and back uphill a little bit into turn 4 and then back up for turn 5. What's sector 1 looking for a Kito and Apiwat? Kito not a slow sector 1, but not by any means faster. Apiwat benefiting that right now. Nearly identical sector 1 time to Kito Abe. Sector 2 as well. Sector 2, Kito's gone quick. It's not going to be quick enough to get Quito into the top 2, but he might jump up into 3rd.
Yeah, Apiwat will benefit from it as well. Currently down in 9th. Apiwat hasn't got the pace of Quito Abe.
But slightly above half a second slower than the fastest lap time. Laps across 9.4, so that should put Quito closer to Zakwan, but not any faster. Apiwat will improve on this lap. Its current fastest is 2:08.3. Apiwat should be able to go ahead of Andy Farid into 8th on this lap. Clouds are starting to come and arrive at Sepang. Quito comes across line to 07.0, so not an improvement this time from Quito Abe, but Apiwat does go 8th.
It's a good pace though. Only a 10th or so away from his best time.
I wonder whether SDG are thinking now's the time to make a race setup, since this is more or less close to what race time would be for race 1 and race 2. Then in practice 3, try and find the fast lap times.
Yeah, in terms of track temperature, about now it's just after 2 local time. It's going to be about the peak.
I'm surprised we don't have any more riders really coming out of pit lane. On track, it's still just, well, the ones that have just come out are Zakwan and Azroy. Other than that, it's Quito, Apiwat, and Joe Francis who's just made his way out.
Apiwat improving again. If he keeps the pace up, he might look ahead of Lachlan. Close up on Hafiz Sharin.
There's Zakwan there. Fastest rider so far this weekend, Zakwan Zaidi. Hasn't won a race this season, but he has been consistent.
Laying down some rubber. Does look on really good form this weekend.
Zakwan just set the fastest sector 3, so Zakwan is only 2/10 off. He might, if he stitches up sector 4, he's gonna jump a position. Apiwat's jumped up into 5th. Apiwat's just set at 2:06.839, so Apiwat's slowly getting into the groove. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi on his first flying lap since pit stop.
I think he was pretty clean through turn 15.
Yeah, it's close, 2:06.6. So consistently quick for Apiwat.
Zakwan, yeah, and then Apiwat.
Sorry, yeah, Zakwan, apologies.
Apiwat keeping the hammer down. Done his quickest sector 1. Yeah, as you said, Daniel, getting his eye in now after missing the first session.
Yeah, looking at the points difference between Zakwan and the rest, it's still very mathematically possible when you do the calculations. It's really anyone's championship still.
Yeah, we keep looking at Quito and Hafiz, perhaps because of the rivalry, but everybody else is just so backed up behind them.
Indeed. And let's put it this way, the top 2 in the championship, Quito, he's currently sitting 4th, and Hafiz, he's currently sitting 7th. Those who are still in the mix for the championship are at the top, Azdan, Azroy, and Zakwan.
Yeah.
And Toan Nakarin as well, he's only 1 point behind Hafiz, he's in 6th.
That's right. That's right. So it's as tight as it could be, really.
Yeah. things shake up properly in Sepang this weekend, we could see the 6 riders gapped by less than 10 points each, which means it will be everything to play for in Buriram. At this point, it still very much is.
It is, but this is a really important weekend for Kito Abe. He'll either leave with one hand on the trophy or one hand covering his eyes.
Oh, look at Azroy, he's gone faster. He's gone fastest in Sector 1. So he hasn't gone fastest in Sector 1, but he's gone quick.
Yeah. He's improving, and he's improved again through Sector 2. First time so far for the double race winner last time, Azroy, 206.7. There he is, the number 20 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Sliding beautifully round. Double right-handers. Just in such a groove now. Riding without any real consciousness, just there.
Chapter going into turn 15, that's how hard Azroy's running that bike, and nearly lost it there. He went super wide at turn 15. Not unusual to go a bit wide at turn 15, but I would say that's a bit wider than even he would have wanted it.
Yeah, that wasn't the best sector 4, that was a 206.7. Still a decent pace. So 6.323 is the target time. Suddenly there's only 6 minutes remaining. Work continues to push. That was a decent sector 1.
Yeah, that's why pushing on, but it's not really finding any improvements yet. In a few laps, he's gone back into pit lane.
So he perhaps will come out for another quick stint at the end. Kito Abe, championship leader for STG Half Pro, currently sitting 4th in the session with a 206.5. That is just 0.269 slower than Aslan Shah. In terms of hard worker of the session, at the moment the badge looks like it's going to go to Joe Francis, who's completed 11 laps already. So Abe has done 10. He comes across to complete his 9th lap. 206.7, so again really good pace from the Malaysian double winner for last time. Put off the peg there for Aslan as he exited turn 15. Good to see him make an appearance again before the checkered flag comes out. That's in just over 4 minutes from now. Moving in front, soft rear for the Malaysian veteran.
Interesting mix of tyre selections that we have this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder what the recommendations are from Dunlop. We can find out, of course.
Definitely. This time it's medium tyres, hard front, medium rear. Picks the bike up out of turn 15. Looks like cross the line, and this time it's a 2:07.308. Very slight improvement from Hafiz, but in these hotter temperatures, that V4 and Hafiz aren't really as quick as we expected.
Yeah, he's tried a few combinations now. Front, medium front, soft rear, soft rear. He's on a medium now, right? So he's tried all the options.
Yeah, every variation possible. So more experimentation from Hafiz that we've seen this season. He's going quicker in sector 1. 26.3 in sector 1. You'll need at least two to 3 tenths just in sector 1 alone to get the top times. Goes Hafiz in sector 2. Decent improvement from Hafiz, so Hafiz is getting those lap times slowly in, maybe just adjusting his riding to this tire option.
Exactly. As you said, he's tried just about every possible permutation. There aren't any soft front options, are there?
I think there should be. That's depending on the tire
Might
allocation.
be, but I've never seen one.
Hafiz goes well now. It's actually decent now coming in from Hafiz. He's only 3 tenths off. Sector 3. What's it going to be when he comes across the line? Comes across now, and it's 4th place for Hafiz, 2:06.571.
So our top 6 in the 206s. Let's have another look at that.
On a turn 14, I believe. Look at how wild that is. Yeah, the front tire wasn't in the air. That was going to be a proper wobble. That was, sorry, out of turn 6, 14.
Oh, and jumping to the top right now. We've got Lachlan Effis at the top. We were talking about the work he's been doing on getting the mapping right for that BMW. And just as Daniel put on his cap to go and run downstairs, Lachlan Effis put in the grabbed the headline for this session. Checkered flag coming out in just over half a minute from now, and the Australia for Savitar Racing Asia just put himself at the top with a 2:06.095, knocking right on the door of the 2:05s. Won't improve on that, but he's eased off now, but that is a very, very good job done for the young Australian. And the second best time of the day. Franklin's time this morning was set in much more favourable conditions. Watson did it with a hard front and medium rear. Looking around a lot. Quite sure why. He's just making sure while he's on that slow pace that he's not going to cause an obstruction. That's Kito Abe across the line for the final time. Touch down into P6. A busy session for the Japanese rider. 11 laps done. There's the number 24 A1 Energy BMW of Apiwat, currently 7th. We're not going to improve on that. And nobody else out there about to change the order. As we just watched there, Iwa with one of the Hondas coming behind him is Azroy. They come out of the heat haze into the final turn to take the checkered flag for the last time in this session. Azroy goes through. Apiwat gets on the gas and nearly catches him on the line. That's Honda power versus BMW power. But the headline belongs to Australia's Lachlan Epis and Savitar Racing Asia. As the graphic will confirm, as we look at those slightly thickening clouds. But there he is, Lachlan Epis, 206.095 to top that session from Aslan Shah. Another great performance from the Malaysian veteran, 206.323. Zakwan Zaidi was next, just a few hundredths behind Aslan, and then very close, Azroy Hakim Anwar, and a few hundredths behind him, Hafiz Sharin, and another few hundredths behind him, Kito Abe. These times are so tight, and on 206.839, Apiwat also very much in touch. Then it was Nakarina Tirapuvapat. Andy Frid is deharded at 207.4, that was his best time. Joe Francis, good session, 208.975 for Victor Racing Team. Cameron Dunker on the Moto Go Yamaha Racing Team R1 did a 209.3. Maiku Watanuki, getting used to this circuit, did a 210. Joe Joe did a 214.2. Declan Carberry, the Australian coming into Savitar Racing Asia, a 215.1. And unfortunately we didn't see the most likely injured Rio Mizuno for JDT Racing Team. So we're going to take a short break now, and I think we've got Daniel down in pit lane, so let's go over to Daniel.
So I'm sitting here at the Yamaha BF garage with Galang Hendra. So Galang, good to see you back this weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
So we were just talking about it off air, and yeah, you're coming here recovering from injury still. Can you tell us about what happened?
Well, I have a crash in Mandalika actually, because we do a national championship as well with the Akai Jaya Racing Team in Indonesia, and unfortunately I crashed with my teammate, also with Aldias, and I have a ACL problem right now. Then yeah, I will try to survive.
Just running on painkillers and adrenaline for now.
Yes, yes, sir.
So for this run, yeah, I mean, it's been in the respective knowledge that this is a new team. You've done exceptionally well. I mean, you've set this team up from zero, and you guys have been consistently fighting in the top 5 and so close to podium spots. How's it looking for this weekend?
Okay, I'm so happy the progress of us. I mean, me and the team as together. So we never stop developing, and we do some developing on the spare part and setup, suspension, and some engine setup in Mandalika Racing Series. And it's work, and step by step, we are getting closer to the yeah. Our reference is a factory team, so we are getting closer. Or some of part we are faster actually, and yeah, now I'm happy of the progress, and also I'm happy of myself also. I still can learn and also improving compared than the young rider, because young rider is so aggressive, and some of them is crazy. So I still can learn race by race, and yeah, one podium of the season already this season, and I'm wanted more actually.
So recently as well, your brother as well, Aldi, has been injured. So you guys have been training together. How's training been like at home?
Okay, Aldi is now is recover well because he got broken bones on both hands. So yeah, I feel so sorry for him. So I don't think he can finish the season for this season because the time is really close. And now we are yeah doing the practice together. Then step by step he get in shape, but need more time.
So now for your team this weekend, it's Sepang. It's a track where you tend to have decent results as well. After the first practice session, how are you feeling for this one?
Okay, from FP1, I feel good on the bike, and on FP2, be honest, we do some a new setup on the suspension because we bring a new suspension brand, so it's completely different than Mandalika also. So I have to set up the suspension is from zero actually, but we are not far away. And from FP2, and if we can see on the lap timing, it's not big like FP1. So now we are still finding the correct setup, and yeah, we will see in FP3.
So this weekend, one thing we're noticing is unpredictability of the weather. Should it be wet? Are you gonna enjoy it, or do you not really like wet in Sepang?
I'm hoping in the wet race actually. I'm hoping the wet race. I'm waiting so long already. Yeah, if I see the weather forecast, it's gonna be wet. But you see today, it's yeah sunny. It's so sunny. So I don't know. But dry for me is okay, and wet it's more happy.
Well, we're waiting for that twist in the tail for this season for some wet weather riding. Okay, last one. Last two rounds for this season. We're in Sepang, Buriram next. What's the targets for you and the team?
Okay, I'm forgetting about the standing point at the moment now. I'm just trying to focus the give my best and also taking some podium. Taking some podium in every races is more important for me and also for the team. And then we can see in the end in which position I'm finished on the standing point.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Back on track at Sepang on this Friday afternoon at the mighty Malaysian circuit. This is the beginning of round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the second and final session of the day for the 150cc class. You see the riders going around turn 15 for the complete their first flying laps. They've already been around once. Each lap here takes more than 2.5 minutes for this class. Through their whole galaxy of luminaries in this category. Lots of them going through there, the number 17 of Sato Fernando, who's been a little bit short on luck this season. There he is on that mint green Yamaha. Gupta Krishna just going through there, number 23. 88 and 24 are the team one for all Yamahas of Febriancia and Pirapong Lui Lun Peng. There is Dimas Juliet Mocha, one of the championship contenders. There are just 3 of their chances at overhauling the leader are very long indeed. But Dimas Julie sitting 3rd in the championship. He's got 97 points. 3 points ahead of him is Fahmi Pasam, the defending 2024 champion. 78 points ahead of Fahmi is Husni Zainul Fauzi. Husni's record absolutely extraordinary, and I have to say, it's an overused word these days, but unprecedented. 5 wins, 2 seconds, and a 4th. That's how he's got his 178 points. 78-point championship lead. Going through the front of the screen there are the 2 JPNW S&D Hondas. Victor Fauzi. Sorry, King Moscato, just picking out a few more riders for you. Going through to the right of your screen there is Husni Zainul Fauzi. Just ahead of the number 23, that's Gupta Krishna. He was also a race winner this season. Sato Fernando really having a go early in this session. Just we mentioned this morning, if you didn't join us bright and early this morning, there is a tightening of the rules. The best way to describe it for the Underbone 150s, which is that now that they're in the second session, each rider needs to stay, make sure they ride no slower than 107% of their best lap time. If they don't, then they get penalised. That penalty can go through from a fine, on that penalty, or even a ride through at the discretion of race control. And it does seem to be having an effect, because we have seen numerous occasions a lot of dawdling on track at speeds that are almost stationary in some cases. But the riders are really getting down to work, so perhaps the rule changes have worked. Race control won't be listening to this, they've got plenty of other things to listen to. But credit where it's due. That was a really good adaptation of the rules. Make racing safer and much, much more exciting to watch.
But it's Nikita and Husni leading the field at the top. It is unstoppable, this Zero Elephant outfit.
Yeah, they've done everything right, and behind them, well, the top of the timing screens reads like a who's who of Underburn Racing. Third, Nazarul. Then Kid Aziz, then Afifan Ram, then Fajrul Sham, who we missed in the first session. Good to see him back out. Number 11 there, just tucked in the middle of that pack.
Better session from Shazras this time, number 61 from Estremo Yuzi. Aboard that Honda. He was momentarily in 7th, now he's dropped down into 9th.
Oh, Afifan Ram goes to the top. So 233.571. 232.789 was the best time this morning from Kumita. So that's really good. We're just 10 minutes into this 30-minute session. And it's also good to see YYG Trelaxana out there, Daniel, because he did have a crash and didn't quite land on his head, but he took quite a hard knock to the top of his helmet. So it's good to see him back out again. He is just at the back of that group there.
It was an unusual error from YIG. It's usually so composed, but turn 15 today has been quite shocking across all categories. You saw moments in the 250s, you saw moments in underbones as well as the 600s and thousands.
Just looking down the timing screen, because Masato Fernando's been really pushing hard all the way through. There he is on the mint green number 17 Yamaha there, but he's all the way down in 18th place on the timing screen.
Rahman fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2. Afif is on a mission in front of him there. It's Daniel Damar for LFNHB 969 Indonesia Racing Team. Behind Afif, trying to gain an advantage. I think that is Darwish. Yes, Darwish doing well as well. Darwish and Shastras doing really well in this session. 10th and 11th. Second and third fastest, sorry, the fastest Hondas in the session so far.
He's looked threatening all season. Very often seen him at the front. Not just in the races and practice. He's so competitive. He's 4th in the championship. He's 3 points short of what he needs to have a mathematical chance of the championship. He's had 2 P3s, a P4, a P5, P6 and a P7. And 2 DNFs, unfortunately.
Just too much traffic in the way, so decided, you know what, back off on this one. It could have been a really fast lap from Afif. Akiraz is his teammate, also up into 3rd place, so Pittsbike Superfast GRT coming to form.
And up there, is that Nazarul?
I think it was Adib Arshad, his teammate, Umar Malaysia. Adib had a good session in first practice session. Young rookie in this category. Promising talent coming up from Yamaha.
Kid Aziz coming through there as well. Teammate of Afifan Ram, of course. Kid P3, Afif P1, and splitting them is Kubita Krishna. NJ Sobretodo on the number 22, his Filipino teammate for Uma Racing. Just going through there is King Moscato. Jupiter behind them. Then it's Fazrul Sham. 234.7. So in the mix. Here comes Waiwaji Furutsana having a look at the front of this group. Wayu is clearly undaunted by his tumble this morning. Currently 6th quickest. Seven riders in this field, and you can see the vast majority of them in one picture there. It's Moyoaji that went very wide there, possibly into pit lane. Yeah, they're going into pit lane.
Someone's bike is blowing out a lot of smoke.
Oh, is that Fernando's bike?
Yeah, I think that's Masato Fernando's bike. That is going to be a big issue. Yeah, I think he's noticed it now.
Yeah, his hands up now. He needs to get right out of the way. Oh, he's crossing the track. Oh, get right off.
He's right where the braking zone is. That's not where you want any spillage to be. So hopefully there's nothing dripping from the belly pan.
It looked like it was just smoke, but
I hope he stops the bike and not rejoin the track.
No, he's just trying to find a suitable place to exit. There is a gap in the barrier there, I think. So hopefully nothing on the track there. We are back with a slightly smaller group there, but both the wonderful machines in there, Febriancia and Pirapong. That's the number 43 and the number 13, Paul King, and the Kid Aziz. The 24 is Pirapong. 51. Sorry, 61 is Charles Chazras. BZ Supat is with those riders as well. And 51 also in there, Dawizi. So the pack has split up a little bit. 2 laps ago we had virtually the whole field in one shot. Now it's opened up. April King, Kid Aziz at the front. Goes Dawizi, just ahead of Afizi. And Pirapong. Just tucked in behind them. At the back of that group is the number 88. So let's just check in on the Vosges machines. No, they don't have the speed of the Yamahas and the Hondas, but good to see if they're making progress.
Yeah, Fizzy has found himself up into 14th, so it's a good improvement there because they were nowhere in practice 1. Steely Tachometer was struggling still in this session, but Afizi making good progress. The National Championships, Vochev started to score points and really be well within the fight. So just a matter of bringing it all together on the board fight. Again, for a brand new manufacturer and a brand new team, the first goal is to start scoring points, and then after that, can think about the next step forward.
Still on top, FIM ran 2:33.5, 1,000 quicker than Gubita, who's in turn 72 hundredths quicker than Akira Ziz. Here's Zainal, half a second back from them. It's a Fizi on that dusty yellow machine.
Shazra's there in front of Kuen, who's trying to find a bit of improvement. Again, it's a better session from Darwish and Shazras. The Hondas don't have the plethora of parts that the Yamahas would have. So there's a lot of development needed for all the Honda bikes in this unborn class, where the Yamahas have been so dominant. This weekend is looking like a decent one this time around for the UZ Extremo outfit. Arita Fauzi, who we know, his team JPNW, they've managed to put in some really good results.
There is his teammate Kiki Suderman, I think, in the pink. Yeah, that's the 178 of Kiki Suderman. Followed by Hafiz Faril and Aditya Fauzi on the second of those pink machines going through. 177, there is your championship leader, as the camera inevitably magnetically draws in on him, the number 143. Does have a chance to clinch the championship this weekend. In fact, in race 1, Daniel, right?
That's
In
right.
Yeah,
In theory,
depending on
yeah.
what happens to the others, but
So long as he finishes above Fami Basam, then it's certain. If not, then let's say if it's P2 and P3 again, Husni still becomes a champion. If it's P3 and P4, I'm pretty certain he's still the champion. Sorry, yeah, exactly. It's as long as Husni's above Fami, he's a champion after race 1.
well, Fahmy doesn't seem like a rider to go down without a fight, so let's see. There's another rider with plenty of fight in him, Dimash Julie for Race Tech 60. Really good pick by Waiwaji, the team owner, who ran with Aditya Fauzi to great success last season. Aditya finished second in the championship. There's 7.5 minutes remaining. There's one of the Uma machines down there. That is Nazarul. The number 87 of Nazarul is that. Looks a little bit winded, but walking okay. He hasn't had the best luck this season by any stretch of the imagination, Nazarul, but that is his second session of the day. And we should mention, looking at lap times, that on combined times we will have qualifying 1 and 2. The cut-off point is at P12. So the fastest 12 go through to qualifying 2. Everybody else, and that means 12, 7, 15. The other 15 go into Q2, and the fastest of 2 from that session go through to Q2, and the fastest 10 in Q2 go through to Super Pole. There, did you catch that? If not, we'll probably do it again later. But there's just 6.5 minutes remaining in this second session of the day. Got Fizz in P12. Fizz on 2:35. 12th quickest this morning. 25.6, so times very similar. So we'll have to wait to see for the combined times. The Extremo UZ Hondas. So lots of pairs running together here. There's the Extremo UZ Hondas. Two LFN machines. Is Pirapong, teammate. Kasansha is the number 58.
Well, it's impressive from Fazro. He's just up for practice 1 and he's already launched himself early on in the session into P8, and it looks like he's going to remain there. No one's really any big chunks of improvement. Finally Bassam, someone that's going to be missing out. Finally he's going to have to start from a long way back, going through Q1.
Yeah, stage like this, Dimas Julie will end the session with the 4th fastest time of the day. Conditions were much better. As we look across pit lane here, you can see the flags fluttering in quite a stiff breeze here. Still got another 2.5 hours or so of on-track action. So who knows what the breeze is going to blow across.
Yeah, as of right now, rain is forecasted in the next hour. Never be too certain in Sepang, but it's always going to be unpredictable.
Yep, it always is here. Just looking for the Cardinals machine because they have Isat Zaidi on board this weekend. Very welcome return for Malaysian, who's won more underbone races over the years than you can shake a stick at. It's currently 15. So Fabriancia at the front of this group, but looks as though he doesn't really want to be. Daniel Demar, the number 145, just took over that responsibility from him. And nobody else as the minutes tick down. Nobody else looking to jump up the scoreboard. Finally, Bassam is in there. Maybe he's looking for some room on the track to put in a fast late lap. He's currently down the order in this session. Earlier today, Farmy did a 2:33.024, so that's still second fastest overall. So he's safe on combined times to go through to Q2 tomorrow. Now, Pirapong provides the tow at the front. Farmy Bassam 222 for LFN. HP 969 pops out of the slipstream. Arshad just runs wide there on the Uno machine. Cuts back in. Waiwaji got out of shape there. So this will be their last flying lap. There's a minute left. It takes them 2.5 minutes to get around, and one of the Cardinals machines, the rider's got his hand up. Can't see whether that is Fazrul or the number 98 of Izzat. Dimas Julie still out there. The bright yellow machine just off the back of that group. Top in this session, 4th quickest overall. Go the LFN machines, Daniel Demar, Fahmi Bassam. These 4 looking for some improvements. Improving on track is Husni, currently P5, and the kid Aziz looking at their sector times. Now April King moves in front of Daniel Demar. There Ardeb Arshad is in there as well, just off the back of that JPNW machine. There's the 177 of Aditya Fauzi for JPNW. SND. Hafiz Faril Rashidan for Forest One Evo Yamaha is on a push lap as well. This will be the last time these riders come down. You can see them under braking now for turn 15. All kinds of chaos ensue right there where you're watching them under braking on race day. Everybody through nice and cleanly. That's a big group going across the line there. It is Husni that leads them across, which might portend what might happen in race 1 on Saturday afternoon. But the order at the top remains unchanged. It's one of those machines just going through the bottom of your screen there. There's a Philippine Yamaha there. Is the, can catch the number of that. If you look there at the flags fluttering, breeze is indeed quite a stiff one. But it was Dimas Juliet Moko, 2:32.015. In the end, he did the fastest time of the day, late in that session. And second, Afif Amran, 2:33.571. And then a very close group, Gurvita Krishna was third, Akid Aziz was fourth, fifth, Husni Zainal Fauzi, 2:33.677 for the championship leader. Nazrul Izzat, 2:34.276. He exited that session early. Wayuaji Trilaksana, great recovery after this morning's crash, did a 2:34.3 to come through seventh. Hafiz Faril Rashidan, Forest One and Evo, was 8th quickest. And Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Factory Yamaha's Energies Racing Team ARRC, to give them their full name, was 9th. 10th, Pirapong Louis Bimpeng for Team One for All. Ahmad Dawish, Ahmad Sahir for Extremo Yuzi Asia was 11th. His teammate Shahrul Shazras was 12th. 13th, Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SND Factory Racing. Daniel Demar for Yamaha LFN HP 969 went well in that session with a 2:35. He was 14th. Afizi Supat on the Vosges machine did a 2:35. So as we were saying earlier, Vosges improving all the time. 16th was Izzat Zaidi for Cardinals. April King Moscado, number 43 for Uma Racing Philippines, was 17th. 18th, Ardeb Arshad. 19th, defending champion Fahmi Bassam. Shirat Sauki for S1M Evo was 20th, 21st Kiki Sudaman Manarung for JPNW SND. Masato Fernando, who looks like had an engine problem, maybe an engine failure for Kobe Sek Yamaha Racing Team, 22nd fastest. Febriancio for Team One for All, the number 88 was 23rd. AJ Sobretodo for UMA Racing Philippines, 24th. 25th, Kirby Emmanuel Begania. And Tenku Amarul Hafiruddin for Vosges AS25 Racing Team, 2:42.718. And there was no time, unfortunately, recorded for Shafiq Rasol. So now we are going to go for another interview with Daniel while we wait for the next session, which is going to be the TVS Asia One Make Session 2. So stay with us.
So I'm at the Saboteur Garage with new wildcard rider Declan Carby. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
All right. So for those who don't know you yet in the Asia Road Racing Championship, could you give a quick introduction as to who you are?
So I'm Declan Carberry. I'm 20 years old from South Australia, Victor Harbour. So that's like, for those who know the Tail and Bend track, that's about an hour and a half away from Tail and Bend.
Oh, so your first time out in Sepang, I believe it is, and how are you finding it so far?
The track, it's so wide, so you can get lost in where you got to tip in and where you are on track. So it's a lot of fun, but it's a lot to take in for this first couple of sessions. So hopefully next session I'll have a little bit more of an understanding and we'll be sorted.
Similar comments to what Cameron Duncan said earlier in the season as well, that there's just so much more width here. But you do have a fast Aussie here as well, Lachlan Epis. So how's he been helping you for this weekend?
Lachlan has been helping unbelievable this weekend. There he is there. So he was, the first session on our cool down lap, he showed me the lines. That session just before, he was towing Joey and I around to show us a better line to use and help us get that little bit quicker.
Cool. So how did you end up joining Saboteur? Was it because of the connection with Lachlan?
No, so Aaron, he's like my team manager, him and Greg have got a really good friend that they know together, and yeah, Aaron messaged Greg and Greg was like, yeah, sure, because they were talking. And then yeah, so that was for the brick round, and then they gave me the wild card route, ride for this round.
Oh, so Australia's not unfamiliar with hot weather, but how are you finding the weather so far this week?
I'm a carpenter back home, so we're on a concrete slab, and it's like summer, 34 degrees, and on site it's like almost 50 is what it feels like. So it kind of has helped me a little bit, but yeah, being in leathers and it's crazy.
So it's your first run this season in 2025 in this championship. Are we expecting you in the final run in Buriram as well?
Hopefully, I think we might. We'll see how this round goes, see what the team says, and fingers crossed we'll be at the next round.
So I think if I saw correctly in your social media that you've ridden the S1000 and M1000, but the older model, right?
Yes.
So how does that compare to the current one that you're riding?
So back home I've got the S1000, it's like 2016, 2017 model, and jumping onto these bikes over here, wow. It's a lot to take in. The braking rate is so much better than our bikes back in Australia. And the acceleration rate, what I'm trying to get in my head at the moment is you're able to get on the stopper coming out of a corner because the electronics that we've got here are so much better than what we have in Australia. So it's like you come out of a corner and you crack into the stopper, but my brain goes, you can't do that, and you got to teach your brain, ride it to the stopper. So that's what I'm really happy with, learning a new track and learning the new bike, because it teaches me I don't have any bad habits from an old bike, so I'm able to just ride how the team has been telling me to.
Awesome. So we will take today as your learning step with the bike and with Sepang. What's the target for this weekend?
I'm hoping to get 13s, even quicker. That would be my main goal. That would be an absolute goal. But just to come in with a smile on my face, learn the track, be able to give the team a bit more of an understanding how I ride the bike, so that they can try and help me set the bike up a bit more, and just all of us have a smile and be having fun.
All right, thank you so much, Declan. So good to see you here with the paddock for this round, and I can't wait to see you for the rest of the season.
Thank
Good luck.
you very much.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
We are back on track at Sepang International Circuit with the second and final session of the day for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. These bikes are just starting their first flying lap of this 20-minute session. This morning we saw a really strong performance from Ramdan Rosley. He was fastest with a 2:22.623. Half a second quicker than Sartak Chavan, and Hiroki Ono another tenth or two behind him. And I mentioned those three first because they are the 3 championship contenders. And how close are they? They are very close indeed. Hiroki Ono heads the championship with 151 points. Sartak is just 3 points behind on 148. Ramdan Rosley is on 146, so 5 points covering the top 3 in this championship. Error from Hiroki Ono. Last time out in Mandalika meant that he scored only 2 points in race 2 after winning race 1. He's won 4 races this season. He's had 1 second place, 1 fourth place, and a 14th place, which was recovering from an off at Mandalika, but champion that he is, he got back on the bike and rode 4 points. And with 5 points separating the top 3, who's to say that those 2 points won't prove to be important by the time we get to race 2 in Buriram in early December. But now it's early October at Sepang, and we have the business of round 5. Number 10 there, Rendi, he had a good session this morning. The rider from Papua. He ended up 5th quickest with a 2:25.5. Just in front of him is the number 11 of Kanatat Jamin. Kanatat, a really accomplished Thai racer who we've seen previously in 8250s a few years back. Podium finisher, multiple podium finisher. Great to see him in this series, but he did have a crash at the beginning of the season, so hasn't really done any scoring in this championship. So it's good to see him back on his feet and back on his bike here at Sepang. As we get round 5 underway. After this session, we've got another 3 final sessions of the day for the AP250, Supersport 600 and ASB 1000. So stay with us. There is your defending champion, and by the slightest of margins, championship leader Hiroki Ono, carrying the number 1 in as an accomplished way as anybody could, but he's really got his work cut out, and as Daniel and I were discussing this morning, there is no room for error for any of these top 3 riders. And keep also in mind that Luis Miguel, who is 4th in the championship, not so closely in contention with the top 3, but he did win a race here at Sepang last time, so he could take points away from the 3 at the top.
Most definitely. I mean, CBS Championship, with these riders coming into the mix, Sartak and Ramdan, as well as Hiroki, would want just the 3 of them on track to battle it out, but it's not how it usually goes, is it?
Luis Miguel has shown that he likes a fight, and he's a very quick young Spanish rider.
Even though he's just joined this round, you have to fancy his chances of actually throwing his hand into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Of course, as a commentator, I'm unbiased, but if I wasn't, I would have quite a soft spot for Hafiza. I rate him as a human, I rate him as a rider. He's a really, really good guy and a formidable rider of light motorcycles.
Indeed, I mean, he's brilliant. He was a promising talent for Malaysia back in the day, and he had his appearances in Moto3. There's a reason for it. He's quality, he's top draw quality, and you'd have to fancy him for a good result. Hiroki Ono now just having his usual solo time on the track.
Ramdan occupying his usual early place at the top of the timing screen as well. The fastest 8 on combined times will go through to qualifying 1B tomorrow. The rest will go through to qualifying 1A, which takes place immediately before that. And the quickest 2 go through to qualifying 1B. Now, Ramdan, Sartak, Hiroki, Rendi, Luis Miguel, Tarim Vishwanath, and Haziq Farouz. Harley McCabe, the young British rider, is 8th. We've got Leandro Paredes, Filipino rider in this championship. There is Sartak. Proved so much. You look back to the beginning of last season when he was fast and wild, kind of mercurial, but now he's got a lot more depth to his riding, instead of his speed. What he's gained is poise, I would say, and consistency.
Sartak, he's been busy back at home in India in some multiple categories, and into this ultimate round, his eyes on the championship title. He would be the first Indian champion in the Asia World Racing Championship, should it happen.
It'd be good to see, and he is quite a talent. It's only a matter of time before we really do have a breakthrough rider from India.
As of right now, still the fastest time is Ramdan Rosli Chirant, setting his personal best in 5th there, 224.819. Luis Miguel in 6th place, 225.0. Hazi Farus getting to grips quickly with the TVS once again, 225.231. He's currently improving on his lap, 227.8 is the fastest he's set.
Yeah, so Daniel, you rode one of these in test day on Monday after Mandalika. If you were talking to Hafiza Rofa, who's just bumped up another place, how would you advise him? He's 4.8 seconds off the...
Sorry, there's a bit of movement there.
Yeah. Where is he going to get? He needs, let's say he needs another 4 seconds around this long track at Sepang. Where's he going to find it riding one of these machines?
I think he'll find it once he realizes how much rolling speed these bikes can take. I mean, it's just such a stable chassis. And I was talking to him off air as well, and he said, yeah, it's not a hard bike at all to ride. It's just a matter of getting the trust into it. Because with these kind of bikes, you don't get as much feedback as you do with a softer chassis, but that's when you just have to start trusting that it's going to do what you want it to do. And that's what the top riders have. Like with Hiroki Ono, you can see from the get-go, he immediately tested the limits of where the bike is. Just found the fast lap time. So you can see Hafiza now, he is starting to get to grips with the bike. Faster in sector 2, sector 1 is sector 3. That's where he's lost a bit of time.
Chirag Vishwanath there too. Sartak does tend to steal the limelight of the Indian riders, but Chirag has done some very good things as well this year, including P2 in the opening round at Buriram. A couple of 5ths, a couple of 6ths. Two going through there is Ramdan Rosli. 4 is Chirant. 11 is Kanatat, just been passed by the number 10, which is Rendi. 12 is Haziq Farouz, who, like Kanatat, has come back into the series. Back in the Asia Road Racing Championship fold.
Good move to sector 1, so Randy's really impressive. I'm just wondering, imagine if he had proper training, if he had a place where he could really push his skills. He's such a quality rider.
Yeah, it's those disadvantages and the clear talent that make you want to just find something for him.
He's already brilliant now, but just imagine if he was even further polished. He's already a top rider, so super impressive from what he's doing.
So Hafisa 227.2. Ramdan's improved at the top, so that has expanded the gap between Hafisa and Ramdan. Kanata improving, Rendi improving. Ramdan coming in. 5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag to end this session. Slow one there from Kanata, 229. Jed Louis and Hafisa come across the line. So the riders, there's a bit of a gap there. There's riders in the 227s and 28s, that 1.5 margin from Kanata. And then Hafisa, Paredes, Nixon, the New Zealand rider, and Jed Louis. And we should shout out, in case he's watching, to Hunter Corney, who unfortunately broke his leg in a crash in Australia recently, so that's why he's not on track. It's a great shame, of course, for him, but also for this series, because he was getting better and better. On the screen there, that is Haziq Farouz. Fantastic underbone rider as well. Back in the day, not so very long ago. Staying with Haziq there. So 11 is Kanata, 22 is Harley, 26 is Jed, number 12, Haziq. Kanata completes another lap. This will be the last time around for these riders. Checkered flag will come out in 2 minutes and 10 seconds from now. So Ramdan has a margin at the front, 1.163 seconds from Sartak. Rocchiono is another half a second slower, and he's not going to improve enough on this lap. 2:23.5 for the Japanese championship leader. 22 is Harley, 12 is Haziq. He's hunting for something there. That's the young Brit. Okay. 4 coming through is Chiran. Leads 11 on track. 11 is Kanata. Ramdan Rosli is in the pits. After a job very well done. Times were a little quicker when we were here earlier in the season. Newcomers to the circuit, or at least those riders less familiar with it, getting as much track time in as possible. They come up to turn 15 for the last time. Rocchiona will improve a little bit, but it won't be enough to break into the top two. But that was an absolutely killer lap done by Ramdan Rosli. 1.16 seconds quicker than anybody else. Wide exit there, that is Rocchiona coming through there on the number one. That was a 2:23.2. So just a few hundredths slower than Sartak. So there is Ramdan Rosli, a convincing performance, 2:22.099 for the Malaysian. Sartak Chavan next up, 2:23.262, and then very close gaps back to Hiroki Ono, to Luis Miguel, race winner last time here at Sepang, and then it was the impressive Rendi, and then Chirant Vishwanath, 2:24.8, and then Haziq Farouz, 2:25.2, and Harley McCabe. Good session from him to come through into 8th. 9th was Nixon Frost, 10th Leandro Paredes, and then it was Kanatat Jamin, Hafisa Rofa, and Jed Louis. Those are your 13 runners and riders for the TVS Asia Championship this weekend. Okay, just keeping everything nice and clean and well trimmed. The work never stops here at this vast motorsport complex of Sepang. We are, of course, here at the international circuit, the Grand Prix circuit this weekend for the Asia Road Racing Championship. But there's much more where people can have different kind of driving experiences, karting. There's a lot going on here all the time. It's a very well managed and commercially successful enterprise, Sepang International Circuit. It's getting windy here. The sky is still bright. It would be nice to think we can get through the next hour and a half. 5:40. Yeah, the next almost 2 hours actually before we finish, so it'd be nice if we can get through that time without a downpour. And we're ready to go to Daniel, who is with Kazma Daniel.
So we're here at Hongleng Yamaha with Kasma Daniel. So Kasma, how are you feeling for this weekend?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be back in Sepang. So this year we have 2 times race in Sepang, so I'm very happy.
So practice 1 went really good for you, 2:09 already. Practice 2 though, a bit of a struggle, a lot of traffic in the way. So what's the target for the third practice coming up?
For the practice 3, I just want to try to make a long run, try to make race pace. Because it's in FP1 we have make a good times 09, and FP2 not so good, because in FP2 we still use the same tire in FP1, so already many laps with the tires in FP2, so I just try to check only a little bit on the bike in FP2, but in FP3 I try to long run and try to push a bit, and then we'll see how the bike's going, because in the race condition is maybe quite same like now. It's quite hot, so I want to try to check is the bike everything good or not.
So final 2 rounds of the season, you're still in the shot for the title. How's that feeling in your head? Are you thinking a lot about the points, or are you thinking just race by race, try to get the win?
For me, I don't think about the points, and I don't think I don't want to make pressure on me, and I just want to try to make a like a race before, like a Caprix or everything race. Just want to make fun and just try to collect point as much as possible. And important thing is just finish the race in one piece, and try to collect points, top 5. Sure, I just want to try to top 5. If can win, it's risky, I want to say.
So this weekend we're expecting a strong fight as well from Anupap. In the race we know Anupap is rapid. Adinata as well. Once he might not qualify high, but they always have a good pace. So what do you think is going to be the best strategy? Is it to manage the pace until the end, or to quickly try pull a gap at the start?
That's why in FP3 is important for me, and I just want to try if I can push until finish the lap, finish the race from first lap until the last lap. And that's why in FP3 I want to try make a race pace. It's possible to constant 210, and I will try to go alone, try to directly push in a race. But if not, maybe we will see. Try to follow or try to control it a bit, and then 5 or 4 laps to go, and then I try to push. But for me, it's better for go race alone, because don't have pressure, you know.
So Anupap mentioned that he's going to try and look for a Malaysian rider to stay behind in the press conference. If you see Anupap behind you, will you let him follow, or are you going to ask him to go first?
We'll see, we'll see. If I hear his bike too near, and I will let him pass. If the sound or at my bike is coming like not so near, maybe I just try to control my pace.
All right, last but not least, can you give a message to the Malaysian fans for this round who are supporting you?
So guys, I hope you guys can come to Sepang for watching us live race in Sepang for support our Malaysian rider, and we really need your support moral for cheering us, and hoping you guys we can see you guys in Sunday and Saturday. See you guys.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, Silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Sepang and round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We have got 3 more sessions coming up for you this afternoon. First of them is just beginning now. This is the AP250s on your screen, and then it'll be the Supersport 600s, and then we'll finish the day with the final session for ASB 1000. So, starting with the championship for AP250s, Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda has a convincing lead of 37 points over rising Thai star Kritapat Kenkum. Izam Ikmal is just 4 points behind Kritapat. Izam Ikmal riding Yamaha for Victor Racing Team. And just 2 points behind Izam is Murabul Vitoni. Rookie for this class for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team. Having a fantastic debut season, especially considering that this is LFN's debut in this series as well. There's the number 93, championship leader. And convincing day he's had 2 so far. He's running with 2 rev cuts on that Astra Honda CBR 250. But still managing to stay close to the front of the pack. In fact, he led the first session this morning. Scott Aiki actually running with him while we're talking about rev cuts. Well, Aiki and his teammate there, the number 108 of Andy Fadley, have had a rev increase. So in terms of levelling out the competitiveness of the 3 very different types of machines that compete here, those being the Honda 250, the Yamaha R3, and the Kawasaki 25R. So there's quite a bit of experimentation, but they do seem to be on very even terms today. The first time we've seen the Kawasaki's with the higher rev limit. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I think it's going to be great for them. Aiki, especially coming into Sepang where Aiki has a good track record, he's going to really enjoy this, and I think we're finally going to see the Kawasaki look properly competitive. They're always so close, and I think that extra 300 RPM, while it sounds like a small amount to some, it's actually really going to be beneficial for them, and it's proven already with how quick Aiki's been, well within the top 3. Still not going to be an easy work for him, but at least now we're going to see them fighting at the top.
Yeah, if it was easy, the balancing wouldn't be working, would it? But yeah, it looks like it is making a little bit of a difference.
Yeah.
There is a Ikmal.
24.5 from Mikey on this occasion. That is equaling the fastest time of practice today so far.
Yeah. 224.5 in practice 2. Practice 1, 223.3, but the conditions much easier, cooler.
Right now outside, according to the track temperature data, it is 39 degrees Celsius ambient.
So it's coming back into good workable range then.
39 degrees Celsius ambient air
Oh,
temperature.
ambient.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's hot.
Yeah, it is. It's insanely hot. So yeah, it's been mega hot today in Sepang. It peaked around 2 p.m. 1 p.m. around 41 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
So it's been hot. 60% humidity. Wind gusts of up to 16 kilometers per hour currently as well.
Yeah. According to my Northern European cooling system, anything above 35 it starts to get pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah,
So,
the brightness now.
yeah, good work from Aiki and Murabul again. Kritapat again.
Urbo making a good move now. Fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2. It's going to be a lower 224 at least for Murabul Vitoni. It's Dennis Shami who, after Mandalika, in Mandalika, had a huge upgrade to his bike, and the team finally getting that bike in competitive form. And it's really good because you know the quality that Dennis Shami has. Now that he's been on the podium, he's going to want more, especially on home soil.
Yeah, he's just trying to muscle his way through there and get ahead. 93 and 37 going through there. 57. Shami. And I enjoyed your interview with the number 56 earlier, Galangendra Pratama. especially the part when he said the younger riders are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the difference between a very experienced quarter-liter class rider and his opinion on the new new riders coming up.
Exactly. I wonder who he could be referring to. We can only wonder.
Oh, wow, Murabel 223.481. What looked a decent time from Aiki. Murabel's put a second of a gap between himself and Aiki, and now Aiki trying to push on for another fast lap. He's got Fadila RB right in front of him. And Shami going up into third on that session, on that lap. Abdullah Koyum Abdul Razak has just set the fastest sector 1, so Koyum for Cardinals is starting to get the hang of things. And it's been a long time since he's been riding in the quarter-liter class.
Right. Well, it's always interesting to see who Cardinals puts on a bike and why, isn't it? Middle of your screen there, the 65 is Chao Vietnam, who also goes very well at Sepang, but has had a bit of a lackluster season by his standards.
Diaz, I was a bit unhappy with something out of turn 7. Didn't catch what it was, but there's Aiki Ayoshi and Lila RB. They've got plenty of traffic in front of them, so they might not really benefit much on this lap. Abdullah Koyum as well was in the pack and he had to back off in sector 2.
Perhaps one or two of these guys need to do a ride through.
Yeah, Aiki there just went too wide to let some of the riders pass. Just a swarm of 250cc machines there.
That's most of the field there. There's 27 machines entered this weekend. There goes Irfan Ardiansha, the number 16 with the pink helmet. Underperforming our expectations. I think that was both Bafyamalu machines just went into pit lane.
Yeah, I think that's wise. I mean, you're not going to be able to, if you're faster just as over a second than any of these riders, you're not going to be able to find a clean lap.
Yeah, it is busy. Near the front of that group is Jacob Sablaya on the SDG machine. So in terms of the pace, you've got some very quick guys behind, some slower guys near the front. It's kind of messy, so good work there from the Canny Galang.
Just looking at Rintaro Takemoto there. He's tipped the bike into turn 4. Just waiting for him to find his form in this session. He's been improving it down that we've seen him. Back in practice 2 was a bit of a slump, but the lap time was coming in. It's just a tense heat. Maybe he had to adjust to a little bit. Oh, look at Roberto Tony going on the outside there. That's a bold move. You have to be confident that your exit's strong enough to get past there. Leading the train of riders is Fadila RB Aritama, and behind him Rintaro Takemoto. Irfan Haikal going on the inside of Rintaro.
Yeah, Irfan fastest in free practice 2. He's on good form this weekend. Jacob holding on behind them.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Irfan looking quick. And a bunch of other riders as well that can throw their hand into the mix. You can just disrupt the flow of how the championship will settle. Zamikmal, after taking that knock early this morning, found a pace in practice 3, so maybe it might just be a day to forget for Izam and start fresh tomorrow morning.
Yeah, massage tonight, come back fresh tomorrow.
He's on a good lap. Let's see what RB does as he comes across the line. Yeah, it is a better lap from RB. 224.1. Irfan Haikal goes third, 224.5. Well, They were momentarily second and third. Now as Kritapat has gone up into second with a 224.0. You can see there, even with the extra 300 RPM, it doesn't mean that the Kawasaki ZX-25 is going to run away. Akiyoshi's down in 5th.
Yeah, it's a full second down from Murabill's time. Of course, it's not just about the engine.
And Izam Meikman has gone up into 6th.
Yeah,
So Izam, despite carrying a bit of pain in his back,
and he's improving.
yeah, 224.5 is up into 6th, and he's only just, well, less than a tenth away from shooting up into 4th. So let's see Izam now. The bruised and battered but not down Izam. It's the fighting spirit we want to see from him.
Yeah, and when you first start riding with injuries, you feel kind of sore and stiff, and then we're halfway through the session now, so everything's going to be nicely warmed up. You won't be feeling it too much. The adrenaline helps.
The second he gets up and takes off his leathers,
Yeah.
that's when it's going to set in.
Exactly, yeah.
The adrenaline factor is something that really helps riders after taking a knock.
Magical stuff.
Let's move over Tony. Not improving on this lap. Izami Kamal somewhere along the way in front of him. Mount Diaz trying to gain a bit of advantage behind Murabil.
Kritapat closest to Murabil at the moment, half a second down. 10th behind him. Fadila Harbi has come up nicely into P3. There he is, the number 93, just ahead of Murabil. The number 69 machine of Aldiaz.
Izam's gone faster in sector 3 again, so Izam there, but he's at the front of this group, so he won't get any slipstream out of 15. Can he make this lap time stick? If he does, he'll leapfrog up into 4th. Kritapat is just slightly further behind Izam. Tell me why he can't sit second. Come across the line there. Davino is going to get a bit of a slipstream behind Izam. He's up to 25.1 this time, so he doesn't improve further. Abdullah Koyum goes up into 9th to 25.280.
Yeah, quite a similar list at the top to what we've seen so far today, earlier today. Fadil Masyavi, the number 571.
Barrett's still struggling in this session. Hasn't managed to find improvement. This is something that happened here at turn 1. That's Hutri going on the inside of Izam. Whoa. That was a close one.
Whereas he wouldn't be wanting to hit the deck again anytime soon. Got Daniel Shami just in front of him. Britani leads this group from Fadil Masyavi, the 571. 18, which is Hutri. Three Vietnamese riders in this category. Kian Kuzak, 17. Down the order a little bit, still 9th, 225.2. There's Kritapat, the number 39.
Shout out to Fadil Agassani as well with Tiwa Antares. He's done a decent job in this session. Put the bike on 10. It's only 1.8 to pace ahead of Davino Britannia and Cal Vietnam. Cal Vietnam is much a more quieter session for him in practice 3. Practice 2 he went decently into the top 5. Practice 3 so far, we're about nearly 2/3 done. He's yet to set a properly fast time. Akiyoshi improves his time, 2:23.923. He goes up into 3rd and pushes RB, the championship leader, down into 4th. Margie there between Aiki and Galangendra into turn 1. Both fighting for the same track space.
Yeah, Aikiyoshi really determined. He is a gritty rider, and he's invested a lot in the development of this machine. So he is going to want a result. Currently 12, 225.4. Such a calm character, I thought, as you were talking to him, Daniel.
He's always, I mean,
He's done so much.
yeah,
It's not just the riding, he's put a team together.
it's properly impressive what he's been doing. And I mean, back in my riding days, he was always one of the examples when it comes to Southeast Asian riders in the World Championship. And yeah, he just has this really good character about him, and just the way he moves about. And the results for the team have been great. The results for both him and Aldias have been impressive. And to do this all in one season, just a few months ago, is when they launched this team.
That's it. Podium every race. Well, you wouldn't bet against him, would you? He's still in 6th. That's a really tight little group of riders between Irfan, Izam, Daniel Shami. Some room on the track. Some of these riders come in. We've got more than 8 minutes remaining, so it won't be a long stop. Jazal Jarami just goes through the bottom of your screen. 65 is Chow Vietnam, 24 is the Astra Honda of Davino Brittani.
Left and overflank Caveat now with Vino down into turn 3. Caveat, you have to think for the last 2 runs he's going to give it 110%. So another one to factor in for championship disruptions. Not competing for championship title, but definitely can be one to put in a good result in Sepang and in Buriram. 2 tracks where Caveat knows and understands very well.
They don't want to be unemployed in 2026.
Indeed. But I must say, Vietnam has done fantastic work with the young Vietnamese riders. Now we're seeing more and more Vietnamese riders rise into the big leagues, and Vietnam really was one of the first to really break through.
Yeah, the first indeed. It seems like he's been around forever.
We did say already that he's somewhat a legend in the sport. At least for what he's done for Vietnamese racing.
Yeah, deservedly so. And any success he gets the headlines back home. That helps the other guys like Boutry and Tonampu. Gives them inspiration to come through. They're very decent competitors in this category. Louisville has a 0.233 lead at the top from Kritapat. Those 2 championship contenders. Another large group about to come out. Kiyoshi is the first of them. Earlier today we saw him running quite closely with Andy Fadley, but not in this session.
Yeah, they seem to be really riding on opposite ends of the track, and it seems like his mission was to stick behind for the RB. I don't think it's something that RB would have enjoyed too much, hearing that 4-cylinder right behind
Yes.
him. Unmistakable, really, that noise.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And with Andy Fadley still recovering from injury, you could be pretty sure it's Aiki Oshi. 157 is Murabil. What's the time of the day? 2:23.3. Just a tenth quicker than Murabil's time. That was Padilla. Early doors this morning.
It's been an impressive session so far for practice 3 this time. Murabil created by Aiki RB. He's on in 6th. I expect that to be one group at the front. At the same time, we might see the possibility of 4 or 5 riders running away with it at the front if they just have that extra pace in the second hand. It's happened in many different occasions in the 250 class. So it's quite possible, but so far this season the majority of the races have been a battle of at least 8 to 10 rides, 8 to 10 riders.
Fantastic racing in 250s. Kind of underbone levels of not being able to blink.
It's super entertaining watching them battle all the way to the last lap.
The other green bike there in the mix is Gao Jiang. Gao Jiang riding for Team One for All on that green Yamaha. So don't be fooled, we've got red Yamahas and green Yamahas here. There is a green Kawasaki. It's the number 108 of 2 times AP250 champion Andy Mohammed Fadley. Some horrific arm injuries that he's almost recovered from, but I think it's left him with a certain weakness that he needs to keep working on. 21 is Erfan Heikel, topped session 2 as Andy Fadley stands up Davina Brittani. Back behind him is the 81 of Fadil. For TY and Torres Racing Team. Regular riders reach Takahira. We watch Andy Fadley just get out of the way. So reach Takahira is out injured. Shengchen Zhang for TY and Torres. The team owner as well as the regular rider here, usually runs number 40. He is off doing Super Sport this weekend. So 2 replacement riders, and the team seems to be running like clockwork. So seems to be a very well organised outfit indeed. So the rider Fadil Angasani Priadi. RB, his teammate, Crash for Honda. Davina Brittani. And him, the number 17 Cardinals machine of Kayum. But again, we've got a big group. They're coming down from turn 14 to turn 15. With a minute left before the checkered flag comes out, that means that this is the last flying lap they are going to get, so they really need to make the most of it if they're going to dislodge Murabel Vitoni at the top. And Kritapat and Aiki Yoshi, who've been sitting there for a long time in the top 3. So eyes peeled on the sector times. 93 is RB, 37 is Aiki Yoshi, 57 is Daniel Shami. So one final push lap. Aiki Yoshi at the head of this group of 3. Daniel takes a look up the inside. Goes to the other side. Not going to get in front of the experienced Japanese. Yoshi holds on. Shami now thinking about the cone just behind him. In terms of sector times, the quickest sector so far for sector 1 so far for Aiki Yoshi, and also for Murabel Vitoni. So we might see some changes on this lap. 39 is Kritapat for Yamaha Thailand. Chops in front of Andy Fadley there, number 108 on the Kawasaki. Seven. There is your championship contender, Murabel Vitoni, at the top of this session with the second fastest time of the day so far. Is Ikmal improving on this lap? Pushes up behind Murabel. This is round turn 15 for the last time today on Free Practice Friday. Davina Brittani moves up into 7th. Positions don't change at the top. So Murabel hangs on to top slot for this 3rd session of the day. There are the clouds thickening. Got 2 more sessions coming your way. It'll be Supersport 600 next. So there, Murabel Vitoni, 2:23.481, second quickest time of the day, ahead of Yamaha Thailand's Kritapat Kankum and another championship contender, Aiki Yoshi, on the tweaked up slightly Moto Kawasaki is 3rd. 4th, championship leader Fadila RB Aditama for Astra Honda. Irfan Haikal, another good session for him for Maestro NWN SCK. Is Ikmal. Powerful performance by him considering the knock that he took earlier. He was 6th quickest. Davina Brittani for Astra Honda 7th, and 8th was Daniel Shami. 9th, his teammate Galang Hendra for Yamaha Baf Yamalub. Andy Fadley 10th. 11th, Chandra Hermawan, having a quiet day by his standards. Aldiaz Axel for Yamaha Baf Yamalub was 12th. Jumping down to 16th, the number 571 of Fadil Mushabi was 16th. 17th, Gao Jiang. 18th, Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Jacob Sablaya did a 2:26.1 for STG Hark Pro. He was 19th. 20th, Rintaro Takamoto, stand-in rider on for TY Antares. Kevin Quintal, 2:26.7. He was 21st. Don Ampu, Extremo Uzi Asia team, was 22nd. Jazil Jarami, the number 68 from Singapore, was 23rd. 24th was Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWN SCK Honda. Way down the order Long Nanzi for Victor Racing was 15th, and Liu Guang Yuan for Team One for All was 26th, and no time recorded for Johan Reeves Emmanuel, who is suspected of being in Spain. So I think that we've got Daniel waiting in pit lane with another interview. So we're ready to go to Daniel, who is in pit lane.
So I'm here at the UZS Sherman paddock with none other than Ahmad Darwishi. So Darwish, good to see you this weekend, and you've been pretty good in practice too. How did it go?
Practice 2 is good for me. I get follow the group and then can catch up more better than everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw both Shazras and you getting good lap times. Were you guys working together in that session?
Yeah. Just follow to I'm a Shazras. Follow the group. Just follow and try to keep up with the group.
So for those who don't know, you're still only 16. You're
Yeah.
only turning 17
Yeah.
later on this year. So how does it feel being one of the youngest riders in the paddock?
For me, too hard because I'm 16 and another is get old with me. But maybe not my. I can challenge maybe. Can fight for the race.
So far this season, I mean, I've watched you in your national championships and in the ARC. How do you feel so far about your results? Because it's been up and down, but there have been good moments as well.
For this year, first round is very good. But in Japan and Indonesia, not so good because I'm crashed at first race and second race. And maybe this round I can target more because everyone is better for me, and then we can get up for.
So with the second session going well, what is your target for this weekend?
For this weekend, my target is try to fight to the front group and try to get the top 5 or podium because it's Malaysia, right? Yeah.
So we were talking about your age. It's
Yeah.
exam year for you.
Mhm.
So will you be riding in Buriram?
Maybe Buriram I don't race, and maybe another rider will replace me. Because at Buriram I have SPM exam. I have 3 papers to go, so it's okay. Maybe for next year I will go back.
So next year, is there any plans with you and Yuzi? Will you be still with the under 150s, or will there be another plan?
Maybe if next year if UZ Racing is still will race at ARC, maybe I still race it. Yeah. Yeah.
So now with this will be your final round of the season by the looks of it. So how are you feeling? How's the mood going in?
My feeling is maybe good. Can just this weekend I need to more to improve my riding, more to improve my race. So yeah, we just go to the race.
Thank you so much, Darwish. Good luck for this weekend.
Okay.
And good luck for your exams as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is the penultimate session of the day for the Supersport 600s. This is the third time we've seen them on track. There goes Wayne Groho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And coming up after this to polish off the day will be the ASP 1000s. And just to give a little update on the condition of Ryo Mizuno, who had a really unfortunate crash. The wildcard rider, exciting wildcard rider who had come in for JDT to ride alongside his Sharin, perhaps to help him with his championship bid. He will not be out on track again today. He is in a stable condition. It's not, they haven't ruled out participation tomorrow, but it would seem unlikely based on what we've heard so far. So best wishes to Rio, and we sincerely hope to see him again, perhaps in Buriram. That would be good. Now on with the show with the Supersport 600s. We're just doing their outlaps at the moment. Number 31 there, Tanak Longpiao, has been a very busy rider, getting in lots and lots of laps. He is quick around here, and it looks like he's got very good pace. And as always seems to be the case here in this 600 class, we've got very close lap times. A bit of trundling going on there as they come into turn 14. Number 23 there, McKinley Carl Paz. He's got German Rocco Sessler just behind him. Hours. CVR 600 squirming under braking there. There is Helmi Asman. Number 32, he's got his teammate Khalid Mpawi. Super Kit, the number 44, just behind him. Three of those riders going well today. Shurafud and Asman, a little bit quiet in practice 1, much stronger in practice 2. So Helmi leads Kip. Familiar aggressive riding style of Helmi Asman. There is the third of the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia teammates, Shurafud and Asman, Damok. Fastest time of the day is a 209.976. That is with Kazma Daniel, Kazmaidin, who, if you were watching a little earlier, would have seen Daniel interviewing him. What interested me about listening to that interview is just how conservative Kazma Daniel sounded, talking about, you know, riding for results, doing what he can to stay in contact with the championship and to put himself in a good position. But regardless of that, you'd have to say that this is an important weekend, that Kazma Daniel really needs to make the most of this home race. It's a very big ask in the company of, well, the three riders on your screen and several others, including Anupab Samoon, including championship leader Adananta Putra. But Daniel, I was just before you came in, then I was commenting on the conservatism that came across in Kazma Daniel's interview earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he seems, I know what game he wants to go for, but he seems so as you said, conservatism. He just seems like he's just restricting what's really on his mind, perhaps. But he seems calm. I didn't interrupt his nap as well, so that could be effective. But definitely Cosma is on it. I mean, he knows what he needs to do. He knows that he needs a bit of luck, but at the same time, he needs a monster performance from him for the last 2 rounds. It has only been him that set the 209, so you'd have to think he has it in him.
Yeah, he'll be racing in Anupab's backyard in the 6th round.
Doesn't badly run Thailand either, so potentially Cosma could have strong results here and hooks on the podium finishes in Buriram. Round 1 for Cosma was a DNF and victory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's too many no scores. I think there's a DNS and a DNF as well in there, isn't there?
It's been the single DNF for Cosma, but in round 2 in Sepang was where he had the error in race 2, where he made a big mistake in turn 14.
Yeah.
It's looking really good for Cosma. Just 2 races there where he lost big points, and then everywhere else he has scored decent. And it's all the shoulda, woulda, couldas, and maybe not a DNF in Buriram. That alone would have made a big difference in the championship fight.
That's it. 12 races. Take one out. That's a big deficit. Let's see what he can do. He presented calm, cool face. Spoken like a true 40-year-old.
Shajin finding some decent improvements in this session. He's just come across with a 214.3.
So far absent today has been Kitsadar Tanachok for Honda Racing Thailand. It's disappointing as he scored his first podium with a P2 in Mandalika. This rider, Tanat Longpiao, has been putting the work in, riding smooth, fast and aggressively all the way through this Friday. This one's gone top now, 210.5. He's improving on this lap with the best sector 2 and 3. Maybe he's put his pipe and slippers away. Currently 4th.
He's been lapping better and better each session. He's getting there. He's doing what he needs to do, which is close the gap. I think maybe for Cosma this might help him a little bit as well. If Tana gets on form and Cosma just has that extra edge on everyone. Tana coming to the mix, Kip and Helmi looking for a strong result. Damok as well on his home race. So that could really be what Cosma needs. I mean, he's lost points, and what he needs is for Adananta and Anupab to struggle to score big points.
'36 is Ferozi Torakatula. Increasingly looking like a worthy rookie in the class. Tough performance in AP 250s last year, coming through to finish 2nd despite breaking a leg. When did he break his leg? Was that in round 2 in China? Anyway, he had a broken leg and he finished 2nd in the championship. That's the news.
Speaking of broken bones, Nazar has been reported with a broken collarbone, so
Collarbone.
I believe we didn't catch that on camera. His crash in turn 3, and yeah, unfortunately that means he is out for the rest of this weekend. He's looking good as well. He's
Yeah. Well, he always goes well here. Won races during his championship year in 2023. Scored a podium last time. That's very unfortunate. He's only had basically one type of luck this year.
right now, a bunch of riders improving. Cosmo was quickest through Sector 1, but Sector 2 and Sector 3, nothing special. And there's Kyle. He's off at the side. Not sure if he overshot the turn or if he's just had a technical issue with the bike. And this, wait, what's this one? This one
What was
across
it?
there, yeah. I've never seen that angle from that camera shot, so couldn't tell. Wow, Groho has gone up with a 210.3. Hasma has just done a 209.864, the fastest time of the
Yeah.
weekend.
It is indeed. Yeah. The only rider into the 209s twice.
Yeah, speaking of those who can disturb the championship running, Wahino Groho, let's throw his name in as well, because he is actually still within a shot, actually. By the slimmest of margins, but either way, that would help Kasma if Wahyu scores decently in this round.
That's right. Atlanta, who was front end crash in the second session. At the time Herjanath was just behind him, and Herjin had no option but to follow gracefully behind him. There's Danica at 211.9. Anupab, second in the championship. And 212. Here he is, the number 500. Hopefully he won't leave himself too much to do. It is entertaining, but it'd be better to see him starting at the front. And there is, behind him, Herjin, I was talking about, had that unfortunate off in free practice 2. Now a race winner in Supersport 600.
Pop now. Nothing to find the pace, and yeah, as you mentioned, it is entertaining seeing him fight from the back, but I kind of wanted him to have the best chance as well at fighting for the victory rather than having to fight all the way from.
Yeah, it's good to see the contenders battling it out from the start, absolutely.
Mazur's coming across instead. His fastest lap time to 11.781. He goes up into 8th. Sarmun now run 10.14.
Kazma showing good pace out there, but he did say this would be a set-up session, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if this is his race pace, and he's set to 209.8 on his race pace, and a 210.2 as well.
Low 210s, yeah.
That's very, very impressive. Everyone else, their consistencies are around the 211s, low 211s. Trying to maintain a 2-minute 10 race pace, that's mega impressive, and he's still out there, so he's going to do, as he said during the interview, stay out there for a long period of time and see how it goes. There's Wahino Groho behind him, is Stanalong Pro. There's Danica cruising a little bit through turn 12, 13. Behind him is a fast charging Adelanto Putra, and there he comes. Adelanto currently on this lap, not improving. It's not a fast lap by his standards.
But sitting third, which is often where you'd see him in these Friday sessions.
Kaspar's just on the fastest sector
And
4.
off goes Tanat. So, a little experimentation with braking markers. He's got the result from that.
He's gone straight back into
Yeah.
pit lane.
Go and
Yeah.
dust those tyres off.
Kaspar's just set another 2-minute 10.2, so Kaspar's rapid, and he sets the fastest sector 4 as well. So Kaspar's consistency right now, it's very threatening for the rest.
Sessler 2:11.4, close to his best, very close to his best of the day.
So far in the past 4 laps, Kaspar, we've seen a 2-minute 10.4, I believe it was, and a 2-minute 9.8, 2-minute 10.2, 2-minute 10.2. So let's see what the next few laps look like for Kasper Daniel. There's Rocco Sessa coming through in Jakarta. Rocco's been indecent in this run so far. 2:11.4, his fastest in this session.
There's Jack Rapat. Urgin not making his presence felt yet. That was a quick stop for Anupab Samoon.
Yeah, perhaps just a slight setup tweak for him, just to get a bit more comfortable. Sessa's making a move now, faster in sector 2 for himself.
You've probably noticed in the Yamaha Thailand pit that Anupab is very much playing the big brother role to Kritapat.
Yeah, indeed. Kaspar's about to come across, and I think he's going to set another 2-minute 10.3. That's 2-minute 10.5. So there's good sector times coming in from Kaspar. It's similar to his last laps in sector 1 and 2.
Rocco's pace looking consistent. Mid 2:11s.
2:11.6 on this occasion for Rocco.
Most riders are in the pits, including Sharjin Tong. So we're not going to have him on our screens during this quiet spell. There's 11 minutes remaining in this third and final session of the day for the Supersport 600s. The SB 1000 still to come. They will take us all the way through to sunset.
Kaspar's gone faster in sector 1 in this lap, so it's going to be another low 2:10 coming in from Kaspar if he as well in sector 3 and 4. So watch Kaspar dropping down 2 gears, 3 into turn 9. That's a second gear turn for him. Picks a bike up, gets it straight so he can go full on the gas up into turn 10. That's where we see the rear tire of the Honda's always kicking out in a race. Kaspar now into turn 12 and 13. Fast flowy turns. Sectors 2 and 3 are where Yamaha's strength tends to be at. Turn 14 is always a tricky turn. Try and pick that bike up. It's so easy to lose the rear tire on more powerful machines here.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be another very good lap for Kazma.
To 15 now. There should be another low 210, maybe low to mid 210 for Kasper Daniel as he comes across the line into 210.699.
Yeah, pace just dropping off by a tenth or so in the last couple of laps, each lap.
Still decently quick this pace for Kasma. Just takes a look behind there, sees I think it's Kip perhaps that's behind. Sorry, no, Kip is not. Socket behind him. Yeah, he's backed off in this one. So it's one of the Hondas that was behind Kasuma. Yeah, I think perhaps it was the number 31 of Tana Longpleo. Pop now. He's out after a short break in the pit lane. He's only managed a 2:12.3 since.
Yeah, that's nowhere near enough, but he knows that. Just going back just 2 or 3 seasons, we got used to seeing Anupab line up alongside Apiwak Tananon in the superbike class. I think the style that Anupab has on the 600 is very similar to the way he rode a superbike, where he's basically wringing his neck.
Yeah. It does seem that way. He seems like his riding style really is quite suited to the superbike style, so it hasn't been an issue converting that back into a 600 riding style for him. But maybe it's just when he doesn't have anyone around him, perhaps he's just struggling to find that extra bit of pace that he needs, which is strange because he's such a quality rider. It's everything it takes to bring it to the top. It's on the Racing Malaysia bike still in the garage except for Shafid and Azman. Kip and Helmi still not coming out.
Wayu and Adnanta also in the pit.
It's strange, there are only 7 minutes left. Even if they come out now, they'll only get a couple of laps, so not much time to make adjustments. Then again, with how hot the weather's been, maybe they just want a longer rest.
Yeah, Rocco stays with it. That was a slow lap.
Wagi and Farouzi now coming out. Farouzi in this session has only managed a 2:13.9.
Comes the championship leader. Feels like he's had a quiet day, but he has been there or thereabouts. He's on the pace. This is the Supersport 600 trifecta for Astra Honda, coming out in formation for will be their final stint. As you said, Daniel, it's only going to be a couple of flying laps.
Yeah, looking at Adinanta's pace, you look at his previous practice sessions in other rounds, it hasn't always been there, but he does find good race pace in the end. However, the threat is Kasuma is currently 0.684 faster than him, and if Kasuma runs away with it and the other riders start picking up the speed, he will have a bit of a fight, more of a fight than he would have bargained for.
Yeah, well, you can see got Wayu, got Kip, got Helmi, Tana, Camel. All can take points away. There's Tana. This is an interesting one with Kazma Daniel just behind him.
Yeah, so Kasuma still hasn't come back into pit lane, so he wants to continue on doing a few more laps on those used tires. And on the on lap 2:11.4, so
Yeah, it's dropping off a little bit now.
Did have a little bit of traffic, so let's see. With Tana behind him, is he gonna keep on pushing? Is he gonna let Tana through? Tana was aggressive there, and Kasuma maybe a bit unhappy with that.
Yeah, he was. Okay,
Well,
so extravagant gesticulation there from Tana Longpliao.
someone's going on between them there, but it did look a bit too racy rather than practice session, and both riders just fighting with the same room and neither one willing to let go of the gas. I think they both need to have a cup of tea and just be calm about things, and they'll be fine.
That's it. Maybe it will just add to the drama. Got Sun in ASP 1000.
Think about it. What's a final championship battle for the last 2 rounds without a little bit of drama?
Yeah, exactly. It's bound to emerge.
This time of day just checks behind, seeing whether Kip is gonna move himself behind. Tanat and follow him. Kaspar's a little bit further behind this group of 3 riders. Let's have a bit of breathing room now, so we'll see in the next lap what Kaspar's pace is looking like on really used tyres. He's done 9 laps.
Yeah, most of these riders have dropped their pace later in the session. Currently 5th.
There's Caspar there, just saw him taking in a different line compared to the Hondas in front of him. So that was interesting to see how the lines can vary out of turn 15. You can really either try to hug, oh man, I'll be there at turn 1. Yeah, you can really try to either hug the apex or just take a more of a V-shaped turn. Take a much later apex to benefit that straight line speed. We're still in the somewhat just at the back of this frame.
Yeah, there he is. 3 Hondas ahead of him. Rocco's just improved marginally to 11.4, so decent pace for the 16-year-old German.
It should be 16 or 17 now.
He was 15 last year. Well, depending on when his birthday is,
Yeah,
of course,
indeed, yeah.
we'll check. Whatever is the case, he's doing extremely well. Riding for Team One for All, which is owned by Richie Wee, who's also got entries in 250s, and of course Underbones. Is that team expanding a little bit?
He's about to turn 17 in just a few weeks, actually.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So still 16.
So, that's what I said.
Yeah, indeed. Impressive from the young German. And a good job as well from Team One for All for really becoming quite a competitive outfit in the 600 class. It's not easy to set up super sports machines into a competitive form, and they've done that quite well.
In terms of gathering data, could be a little bit of a disadvantage with a single rider. Same issue for Anapab.
Indeed. The good thing for Rocco is he's done season in TVS as well, so he would have had a little bit of track familiarity coming into this season.
Yeah, exactly. There's the Yamaha Racing Indonesia twins, Wayne Groho, and rookie for the season, Ferozi Torakatula. Just tapping on the back of Shurafudin Asman. Way down the order actually this time. Kinley Carl Paz. Teammate of course for Honda Yamaha with Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, we saw Carl with that issue with his bike, but it looks a bit, didn't look like he ran off, but like a problem with the bike. Yeah, it's been quiet by Carl standards. I mean, this season he's been the best we've seen Carl in the Super Sports class. Engine set a 212.001 on his previous lap. I don't think he's gonna be too happy with that. I think he really was targeting the lower 211s. Race winner out last time in Mandalika. Trying to get to grips with Sepang this time round.
Out comes the checkered flag. That's McKinley Carl Paz's day done. Tanner is the next one through. I think that's Helmy behind him. Then, just guessing from the nose colours, Khaled and Powie. So on top of the session again for Kazma Daniel. Good work, and it's still nice and bright. Those clouds haven't thickened anymore. Is it too early to say we're going to have dry weather for the rest of the day? Let's see. Kazma Daniel, 209.864, about a tenth quicker than his best time this morning. Then it was Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Championship leader Adananta Putra for Astra Honda in P3. Fourth best, Khaled Powie for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. And his two teammates, Helmy Asman and Sharafuddin Asman, followed him. And then it was Tanat Longpliao, another workmanlike session for Honda Racing Thailand's man, and Rocco Sessler. 211.4 was his best time on the Team One for All Yamaha. And on the second screen, amazingly, Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, and then it was Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda was 11th. His teammate and race winner last time out, Herjan Atner Firdaus, was 12th. 13th, Chakrapat Pudisan. 14th, McKinley Carl Paz, down in 14th we might say. And 15th was Shajan Tong. 214.356 was his best time. And once again, no time recorded for Kitsadar Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand. So, 12 sessions done. We've got one more to come, and it's a 40-minute session for the mighty ASB 1000s. So, stay with us, and we will be back in 5 minutes or so for the final session of the day. Stay with us. We're at Sepang International Circuit for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We are back with the ASB 1000s, the Asia Superbike 1000 class, and there, making his presence felt very early in the session, is the rider, the young Australian who stole the headline in free practice 2 earlier this afternoon, and that is Lachlan Epis on Savitar Asia BMW. He did in fact, the second fastest time of the day, but the very fastest time of the day was set by Zakwan Zaidi in cool conditions. Lachlan set a sensational 206.095 in the heat of the afternoon, immediately after lunchtime. So great credit to him. There he is, just leading Apiwat, getting out of shape on the brakes, but no big drama there. Got a good view there for Apiwat. Apiwat was not around in practice 1. Practice 2 he was, very much starting to make his presence felt. And it looks like he means it in these very early minutes of the final session of the day.
Apiwat is the lap record holder in Sepang currently in the ASB class, so he knows how to go fast around Sepang, and it looks like that bike is finally responding the way he wants it to. Both BMWs from different teams looking to really launch themselves up to a good lap time.
Yeah, and his illustrious teammate, Aslan Shah, also been having a very, very good day here at Sepang. Again, often letting that bike go loose under braking for turn 15. Very tight exit there for Apiwat.
Probably 207.6, Lachlan 207.7. Azra and Zakwan are both on really good laps. Zakwan's on a really, really good lap. But he's wrapped through the second sector, nearly 2/10 faster than anyone else in sector 2.
Yeah, that was a good pairing to keep an eye on in these early stages. Zakwan Zaidi has the fastest time of the day so far, which he set in practice 1. About mid-morning time. There he is, the number 21 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Maiku Watanuki for Team Tatara Aprilia, 207.7. Seems pretty good for him. Practice 2 he did a 2:10. Practice 1 he did a 2:11, so that's a significant improvement. Very good work indeed for the Japanese rider. Zakwan Zaidi just goes ahead there of the Motogo Yamaha of Cameron Dunker, the 17-year-old Australian. Zakwan running a hard front and a medium rear. There is Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT.
206.4, and it's already going quick in sector 1, so to the lower 206s.
Gonna be a quick session, I think. Now it's cooled off a little bit out there. I'm guessing it has, I'm not allowed out, but you can tell me, Daniel.
No, it's definitely cooling off around these. Around this time, the track temps should be down into the 40 degrees Celsius, so at least about 10 degrees cooler than it was in practice 2. Air temperature will be already hovering down into the lower 30s.
Yeah. Fizz improving again. Zakwan improving. So really getting down to business early. Apiwat also in the 206s. And Makarin.
Is on course now for the fastest lap time of the session. Apiwat with a 206.756. That's a much better result for Apiwat so far. Here comes Hafiz now. This lap should take him to the top of the sheets. Oh, but Zakwan's going even quicker in sector 3. So Zakwan's ID coming up behind Hafiz. That's going to be a faster lap. Hafiz to 205.808.
So there we are, we're in the 205s. Oh, and down goes Azroy. Azroy's down, he's not hurt, but his bike's in the gravel.
That's at turn 14. That's a fast way to lose the front.
Double winner last time here for round 2.
Zakwan's just done a 205.887. This is the fastest session.
So yeah, as we suspected. So good old tussle going on there between those two riders. Just a few hundredths between them as we watch. That, right, as you said, that's a fast race to go off. That's a long way to travel through gravel.
He crashed so early on there. Must have been different transition to the right, and then just the front. It didn't want to stay planted. Easily go around 180, 190 kilometers per hour through there.
So setback there for Azroy, who's in the 206s in the first session. And the second session. There's championship leader Kito Abe lifting that wheel again every time as he does.
He's done a 206.7, which is decent, but Kito's going to need a lot more for this weekend.
He's got Aslan Sharp breathing down his neck. There's the SDG head honcho. Calculating as always.
Aggression Kito carries through turns is unbelievable. Similar riding style to Yuki, but what separates Yuki and Kito is just the aggression that Kito has. It's unbelievable. Hafiz on his previous lap has just set a 205.8, so double 205.8 from Hafiz Sharin, so consistent from him.
Last time around, 1,000th of a second separating Zakwan and Hafiz. We're going to see some battles in this class this weekend.
This Premier Class Championship battle has really been put in a nice position for this final 2 rounds. Proper fight for all the top 6 riders, and all of them finding form already this season. Kito comes across 206.1, so Kito is making good time.
Yeah, and he always has good race pace.
Oh, Lachlan's gone down at turn 14 as well. That's where we saw Azroy crash earlier.
So, oh, it's Declan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Lachlan
it is.
Epis
Yeah,
has
he's
gone.
got. It's Lachlan Epis. Yeah, pushed a little bit too hard. Having 3 riders this weekend. Saboteur Asia.
Michael has made a huge step in this session, 209.0.
Yeah.
That's a real good step forward for Team Tatara and Michael Watanuki.
Yeah, there he is, Michael Watanuki. Such lovely bikes, those RSV4s.
Beautiful machines of goodness.
Ridden the Toono factory, which is the upright bike with the same engine, and the engine is just glorious. Just got power everywhere.
And it's silky sounding as well, the V4.
Yeah.
So now we have 2 V4 engine layouts in ASB. We've got the RSV and the V4 from Ducati.
Yeah.
Yeah, very different sounding bikes, I must say, between the Aprilia and the new Ducati V4s.
Yes, they are. Ducatis always sound like Ducatis,
Yeah.
no matter how many cylinders they've got. Indeed.
As a runner, this has been probably a quick session. We've got a number of riders who are back into pit lane. Austin Shah's running out on track as well, so maybe some quick setup changes done for himself. Try and find those 205s.
Big head shake there.
209.847 that time for Maiku, so we'll need a little bit more. Sounds like Shah, he's gone super wide there at 10:15. That was not intended.
No, definitely not.
So Shah, race winner Mandalika, let's see. His flying lap, what can he do? Shot through turn 1 and 2. He looks aggressive in the way he's flipping that BMW around. And it's a much stronger Azan than we've seen in previous seasons. And I'll credit that to the fitness work he's been putting in.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a good sector 1, and then he has to bail there at turn 4.
So aggressive. Well, he's finding the limits,
Yeah,
which is good. He's not hurting himself, which is also good.
indeed. A little further behind, there's Andy Farid, who's at the fastest time of 207.577. He's going quicker now in sector 1. Fastest sector 1 still goes to Apiwat Wangtananon.
Great shame once again. Didn't mention it at the start of the 600 final practice about Ryo Mizuno. Sorry not to see him here. He was knocked about. But nothing broken. I still think it would be a big ask to see him back tomorrow. For his sake, I think probably he should sit this one out, unfortunately. JDT, if you're listening, bring it back for Buriram, please.
As much as I would love to see Ryo Mizuno here in Sepang, for his sake, as you mentioned, it might be better just to rest. Yes, please. We want Rio in for Buriram. 2 Ducatis on the grid would be great to see.
Yeah, Rio, the first rider ever in the JSB Championship, which is a mighty, fiercely competitive championship. First rider ever to win a race, and he did it in August on a Ducati. You can only imagine how much Japanese racing is dominated by Japanese manufacturers. So quite an achievement.
He's got a great mentor as well, and this in the shape of Kageyama.
Yeah, what a legend.
Indeed. Marcus would also be familiar with Rio's team. We're ridden with them for the Suzuka 8 Hours.
Yeah. Yuka Kageyama going back a few years when we had the Suzuki Asian Challenge. He was one of the rider coaches for that. Absolute legend. And it's always good to see people like that putting so much back into the sport.
Yeah. There's Andy Farid there for a bit more track time, and yeah, 206.9. It's looking a bit better for Andy Farid. a little bit more to be contesting for top spots, but Andy is proper quality rider, and one thing that's always good about Andy is his late race pace. Always finds pace late on.
It is indeed, yeah.
Should have just set the fastest second sector, but sector 3 hasn't been too impressive, but still might be a good lap from Hafiz. It might be a higher 205 still. There's some helmets sticking up on the right of Hafiz.
What is that?
Yeah, I think one of the winglets on his helmet has gone up over there, and yeah, 205.9 for Hafiz. Yeah, it is the winglet on the back of the Shui helmet that's gone up there.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't he?
Yeah, you just felt that extra bit of resistance.
Yeah.
Good awareness there from Hafiz.
So yeah, beautifully designed helmet. He does need to change it. So you've got some very fast drying glue in the JDT pit.
So as of right now, we have majority of the ASB 1000 grid back in pit lane. Cameron Dunker and Joe Francis still out there on the Yamahas. Cameron Dunker and Joe both improving as well on their laps.
Yeah, Azra is still in the pits after that crash. It's going to be a busy place right now. Feather,
It does, yeah.
as if Hafiz needs another feather in his cap. But he'd like one in the shape of the ESB 1000 Championship, that's for sure. He's putting it all down to get that particular accolade.
It's been a good season for Hafiz and the JDT team. It's only their second season, and it's a second time in a row that they're contesting for the championship title. It's an impressive job what they've done.
It certainly is, because they've done it so far just with one rider.
Indeed.
Finally, coming for a new lid.
And luckily, he still has just under 20 minutes left, so still plenty of time to come back out after a new helmet and try and improve on that lap time as well.
So 205.8 is the headline. Just behind him, so 205.808 for Hafiz, 205.887, 79 hundredths over 79 thousandths of a second, beg your pardon. Slower is Zakwan Zaidi, and then it's 0.3, back to Kito Abe, and then half a second down to Nakarin, who's fourth. Fifth is Apiwat Tanama. Most of the field has decided it's break time.
Yeah, it seems like it is. No one's hurrying out as of yet. We might see the last 15 minutes just a bit of a sprint out for the final portion of practice. It all depends on what the riders are looking for at this point. Is it still for that fast qualifying lap, or is it going to be race pace? The temperatures now will be much cooler than it will be for race time this weekend.
Yeah, qualifying should be, it's late in the morning, isn't it? So
Yeah,
it's going to be a bit hotter than this, probably.
Yep. Be around noon. So far, his fastest lap, 206.667.
Yeah, much better for Andy. His recovery continues, and he gets faster and faster. He won another race, was it last weekend or the weekend before, in Buriram for the BRIC series. Although that was on a Honda.
Yeah, with East NGT.
East NJT, yeah. We missed them, East NJT, if you're watching.
Please
Come
do
back
come
soon.
back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing good work with Apiwat in the Thai Championship. Another one, it's not easy to jump on two completely different bikes and do decently on both of them. He's doing that very well.
Yeah. What we need to see him do is get that A1 Energy BMW through a whole race at the front. That's what we need. Qualifying time, okay. Qualifying tyres last year was 2:04.597.
That's a lap record that Apiwat set. Such an impressive lap from Apiwat. It's a lap record that was held by Marcus Reiterberger for such a long time, and
Right.
Apiwat in his first season aboard the A1 Energy BMW smashed it.
Yeah. Marcus still holds the race lap record.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Apiwat. He had the fastest qualifying. Ooh, he's gone hot into turn 15. That's a fast one for Apiwat. How has he saved that?
He just parked it,
Oh,
but that wasn't easy. Not to fall off that.
what a... I mean, I would consider that a save, because
Yeah.
if he didn't control that amazingly well, he would have been flung over the bike. That was unbelievable. As fast as well, the bike just didn't want to get stopped. You could see the rear locked up for a second, and ooh, the front wheels going all sorts of directions.
Yeah, no, he did well. Yeah, I'd categorise that as a save as
Yeah.
well. He just stepped off.
Unbelievable stuff from Apiwat. Might not be on first, but he will definitely get the award of Save of the Day for today.
There's Declan Carberry. It was a very engaging chat you had with him
It was
earlier on.
really nice guy to talk to, and yeah, it was nice to see again more Australians coming in and joining ARC. I must say he's done a decent job as well to find improvements. He's at 2:15.006. He's slowly but steadily getting there.
Yeah, he knows what he's got to do, and he's cracking on with it.
And I love the comment he made about how in the newer traction control systems you can pin the gas and still keep it on control. 'Cause that's exactly what I feel with the newer systems. If you're not familiar with it, it's shocking how much you can open with these bikes now.
Yeah, that's right, because we just learned to ride bikes and control with our hand in the old way.
Traction control was your wrist.
Yeah,
But it's good to see him here, and it's good to know that he will be joining for Buriram.
yeah, it is. Buriram has its own challenges, but it's not as complex as Sepang.
Yeah, Declan has done a round in the Thai Championship, so a little bit more track familiarity for him there. So we should see a bit more of his potential in Buriram. He's going quicker now in Sector 1. Sector 2 and Sector 3, however, no improvements. Running the medium front and soft rear.
Just looking there at the Yamahas of Cameron Dunker and Joe Francis, both in the 209s, almost into the 208s.
Cam and Joe have been putting in good work this weekend. We know that Yamaha's Achilles heel in Sepang will always be the 2 straights. They've done a good job so far here. I think it was Cameron that you mentioned has a new engine for this weekend, right?
Cameron does, yeah, that's right.
So it looks like it is giving him some improvements. Just still a little bit more to be found. Of course, Sepang is still a new track this season for him.
Yeah, very true. But the thing is, he's earning these extras that he's getting. He was so strong again in Mandalika. And so, the team led by Patrick Lee is saying, okay, you've earned this. Let's give you the best possible chance.
Definitely well deserved. Yeah, Mandalika, I think we saw more of the best of Cameron Dunker at such a young age as well. Also in his home race in Australia, in the Australian Championship, bagging a double podium. Was it last week?
Yeah. And against there's some very big names in that championship. At the beginning of the season, he was just outside the podium.
Yes.
P4, but he's made the step.
Yes, Kito Abe, who's come back out now for the final portion of practice 3. An unusual practice 3 by Kito's usual schedule. Usually in practice 3 we see him really putting in a lot of laps in. But this time around he's only done 5. The least of the top 6.
The thing with SDG is you always know there's a reason for it.
Yes, exactly. Everything is intended.
Yeah.
Doesn't show.
A dozy session for, not dozy because he's been off a couple of times, but after the excitement of the earlier sessions, a bit of a quiet one.
Yeah, Hassan's fastest in a 2:11.3. That's nowhere near where Hassan would want to be. Just come across with a 207.664. That's a little bit more like it, but we know Hassan still has a little bit more in him.
Yeah, maybe experimenting.
Yeah, he's running the hard front and medium rear.
A lot of bikes are settling on that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at how Sepang's laid out, it's gonna wear your tires quite a bit. You have a whole mix of turns, and especially with how hard some of the exits are, that's going to chew up that rear tire. So soft rear, I wouldn't suspect that would be a choice for many of the riders. Medium would just give you that balance of best of both worlds. The hard front just for the stability.
Yeah, he's pushing it pretty hard, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Still at the top. And 2 Malaysians. Here's Zakwan. No change there for most of the session. Less than 9 minutes remaining now. And Kito Abe's been on 206.187 for a good old while too. Akron gets the Worker B badge for the session. 11 laps completed so far.
I think Nakran might be working on a bit of pace earlier on. So we'll see what Nakran does, whether he comes out for the final 8 minutes that we have left. Aslan is improving through sector 3, so perhaps Aslan finding a little bit more on this lap. Sector 1, sector 2 weren't too impressive. 10:15 comes Azan Shah. Let's have a look. Comes across the line, it's a 2:06.7. Okay, so steady improvements
Okay.
coming in. Then up into 7th.
He's coming late, but he's getting right on the pace now. Teammates in the pit. Here goes Maiko.
Declan Carthy just set his personal best at 2:14.7. So again, steady improvements for Declan. Kitabe, can you find any
There he goes.
faster lap?
Yeah.
Just love watching Kito ride. He literally snaps that front tire back into place with speed. It's so exciting to watch.
Declan's now going to get a little display. There he goes.
So they left a bit of space then. Now he's going to get to watch Kito through 10 and 11, and it's a good place to learn how to catch a bit more time.
Yeah, the two riders from the top of the sheets. Fizz. And the new helmet. And Kito Abe. Yeah, after the Cat and Mouse game they played in Tanganyika. Perhaps they're not going to exchange Christmas cards this year.
I wouldn't expect them to, but they did seem to get along decently well in press conference, both sitting next to each other.
Yeah, Kito Abe seemed to relish that little edge.
Yeah, it seems like he likes that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't think there's any malice there. It's more like mischief.
Yeah, indeed. Kitabe with a nice little wheelie out of turn 2 into turn 3. Keeps the bike planted. Onto him there, he's going to have Michael. Look at the slide going into turn 4. That's something I noticed about Kito this weekend. He's sliding that bike around a lot more than we've seen him earlier in the season, and I think he's just using that rear brake more than he has in the past, and it is beautiful to watch. And lap time wise, it's not bad either. Low 206. It is brilliant. I want to see if we can get a replay of what happened in turn 4. His rear was literally sliding into turn 7 there. That's such an awesome riding style that he's adopted. Let's watch turn 9 now. There's another place where he likes to let that rear loose a bit. Look at that, just loose all the way in as he's tipping the bike. This is
Here we go.
out of turn 6. Look at that.
Smoking.
Front wheel up in the air, snaps it back straight. And then when he tips the bike into turn 7, that rear goes a bit loose. Oh.
Big wide sweeping line there, cuts back in. Plunge down towards turn 15. They've got Nakarin behind them for Honda Thailand Racing Team. Honda Racing Thailand, I beg their pardon. Okay, so Maku having a play there. By any stretch of the imagination, overwhelmed by the championship leader.
Look how Kito just pops that front wheel out just for a split second out of turn 2. He does it consistently. It's not a mistake. He seems to like it like that.
Yeah.
That's
So
aggressive.
we'll go front tyre wear.
Nice dramatic front slide into turn 4 at that time for Kito Abe. turn 6 goes Kito, and this is where he's going to exit super aggressively. The front wheel going to pop up a little bit. Look at that! Kito Abe.
It is a joy to watch. Meanwhile, Joe Francis is. Here we go. Let's
This
have a look at
Kito
this
turn 4.
slide.
Look at the way the Ritar swings away, and he just controls it all the way in. He doesn't
Look at that
back
counter
off from
steer.
it.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
All the
He
way
just
to
holds
the
it on the
apex.
counter steer. The
Um,
back brake. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And again, it seemed like he did exactly what he wanted to do. He was still looking right on where he wanted to go. He didn't think twice about it, and just went to turn 4.
Yeah, yeah, just pushing the bar, just pushing the bars, presumably using a bit of back brake as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. What a show. What a show. We're late in the afternoon, but we've got plenty to entertain us. So thank you, Kito Abe. This might be his session done. Here he comes. The shadows lengthen here. We see the SDG team just below our position, trotting back towards the pit garage.
The weather has been wonderful today for the first day of the race weekend.
Oh, he's actually doing a ride through.
Yeah, perhaps maybe just a quick practice start for the end of the session.
Yeah. Yeah. Entire team were out there ready to catch him. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Declan Carberry comes in to the Savitar Asia team box. The SDG guys come out again, so Kito wrong-footed everybody then.
Oh wow, what a way to end practice 3, the final practice of session of day 1 here in Sepang. And we got Hafiz who's on pace, Zakwan on pace, Kito as well, not too far behind, Nakarin, Apiwat, Anifard finding some late
Yeah.
rhythm as well.
Yeah, these two are pushing each other, Apiwat and Andy.
And some wonderful theatrics from Kito Abe, sliding the bike in to almost every turn. He looks like he's trying to push on for another lap, but it's not going any quicker for him.
Andy might improve this time.
Cameron Nuck is still on another push lap, and he's done actually a decent one in sector 1. This is what happened to Hafiz out of turn 6. He goes on a rumble strip. That's a really bumpy one there. The front wheel just barely touching the tarmac until very much later on. And Andy Farid has done a 206.4, and Apiwat 206.487. The pair of them
Yeah.
go up into 4th and 5th.
That worked well for those two, yeah. Indonesian on the Honda, and the Thai on a BMW, but that collaboration worked.
Wouldn't this be fun for the championship? Suddenly Apiwat and Andy Farid finding form in the race, and
For sure, yeah.
Both
Getting
of-
amongst the big points.
exactly, it's so much to look out for.
Yep, that's it. There's the checkered flag for the last time. It's free practice Friday here at Sepang International Circuit for this 5th round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Thanks to all our sponsors. Splendidly displayed there is Idemitsu. Around, of course, the other partners, Dunlop, Indian Oil, KYT and more.
Declan Carberry found some late improvements as well in this session. 2:14.4. Cam Dunker 2:08.527. That's a really good lap time on the Yamaha R1.
Yeah, excellent work from pretty much everybody in that session. As we see the darkening sky. What a shot that is, actually. Is the sky really that blue? Or is that some kind of wizardry from our brilliant cameramen? Whatever, it looks fantastic. As you look there at turns 11, 12, 13, 14. The day is done for these guys. Just some shots from around the circuit. This is a huge complex. I don't know how many hectares it covers, but it must be a fair few. Hafiz Shirin Abdullah once again at the top of the timing screens, 2:05.808, and just a few thousandths behind Zakwan Zaidi, 2:05.887. Third fastest Kito Abe, who kept us entertained in the later stages. Afiwat Wongtalanon and Adi Farid Izdihar also entertaining late on. They were fourth and fifth. Sixth, after another workmanlike session, was Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Aslan Shah, who came good later in that session. Seventh, Azroy, who had a crash. 2:07.001. And then ninth was Lachlan Epes, topped the second session, did a 2:07.131, was his best time in this one. Then on the Moto Go Yamaha was Cameron Dunker. On another Yamaha just behind him for Victor Racing was Joe Francis. Mikey Watanuki improving all the way through that session, 2:09.005. And Declan Carberry 13th, also improving, 2:14. Tioyu Joe 2:16. And of course our best wishes go to Ryo Mizuno, who was not fit enough to rejoin this session. So that is it. The day is done. We've had 13 sessions. We've had a fantastic day here. The rain stayed off. Tomorrow we get underway. We're going to just look at the schedule for tomorrow. There we go. Once again, we start at 8:30. And you can see that for yourself. And so Daniel and I will be taking you through the morning. We'll be joined for race 1 in the afternoon by the mighty Des Corkill. And on Sunday, we will have the pit walk at 11 o'clock, and everything's free. So thanks for being with us today. We will see you tomorrow for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu